Alright. Alright. Let's talk about some core stuff. And I'm not going to really star review everything, but I just want to talk about it at least briefly. Shimmering a little bit more than usual. It's because it's a high contrast place. This is this. Okay. I will try to keep that in mind because for later. Let's see. Flame Reaper. And yeah, honestly, sometimes I won't be able to remember the exact things here. Flame Reaper used to do 4 damage. Used to do 4 damage. Now that's 5 damage. It was already good. Now it's even better. Glavesmith, we have Glavian chat. Glavesmith now has an extra point of health. It was already good at 3-2. It was very, very, very draftable as a 3-mana 3-2. Now it's even easier to draft. Leaf says they have the cards. Made up to and the Hercule as well. Rapscale Naga also gained health. I think this is the second time it's gained a health, isn't it? It started as 3-1, then it was a 3-2, now it's a 3-3. So it just gets easier and easier to draft. Yeah, it was something I kind of avoided at 3-1. I would draft it at 3-2. Now it's a little easier to draft. Metamorphosis, I think, got a mana discount and it used to cost 5. A little bit easier to draft. A little bit. All these are a little bit easier to draft. If it's got Flame Reaper, Flame Reaper was already really easy to draft area. Now it's just even easier. I mean, Flame Reaper was really high up there, and now it's even higher. Used to do 5 damage, I think, too. I want to say it did 4, but I might be wrong. All right, this one's kind of important. The Treants now cost 1 instead of 2, which if we look over here. Witchwood Apple now gives you 2 1-mana Treants instead of 3 2-mana Treants. Oh, Larry said it was 5 originally, but then it was nerfed to 4. Ancient of Lore. Ancient of Lore gains 2 health and 2 attack. It also might restore more health. It restores 5, now it restores 7. If you were drafting Ancient of Lore, you were almost always drafting it to draw the 2 cards. The 5/5 body was bad. Now it's a really strong card. You know, that extra 2 health makes a big difference. Now it's a War Golem, which is bad, but a War Golem that draws 2 cards is quite good. And the restore 7 health is an option if you're being smorked. So yeah, just this one kind of gets saved, right? This is a card you almost never drafted, but the extra 2 health and 2 attack is gonna make it very draftable. Drew of the Claw gets changed again. It got buffed last year, I think. Now it's getting buffed again. So now, well, sort of buffed. It does go up a mana cost. So now it's 6 mana instead of 5 mana. But a 6 mana 4/9 taunt, you know, a lot of times you've been drafting 7 mana for 10 taunts. So for 1 less health, you get a full mana discount, which is super worth it. You also have the 7/6 rush that can help you kill things or get through taunts. David says, "Oh, this is new info to you." So yeah, but that's what we're going over. That's what a lot of it's new info to me. I haven't looked at all these. I definitely have not looked at all these. I haven't looked at all the new cards from the expansion either, which has the advantage of you get sometimes reactions are like, "Whoa, that's strong," or "Ooh, that's weak," when I haven't looked at them. But there's something else there. Although sometimes it has disadvantage. Because, like, you know, sometimes the expansion cards synergize together. And, like, I'll look at those warrior riffs. And I'll be like, well, I don't know what the other riffs look like. So you get some advantage and some disadvantage by me not having looked at a lot of it. Let's see. So Soul of the Forest that goes to 3 mana instead of 4. Soul of the Forest is draftable right now in this meta at 4 mana, especially because of the 1 mana 1/1 with the double death rattle. It's so sticky, it makes Soul of the Forest much more draftable. Just like, you know, the Glavesmith, for instance, it's a average card that now might become above average. And yeah, like I said, Treants going to 1 mana is a big deal for cards like Witchwood Apple and maybe a few others. Savannah Highmane, which one, you know, I always mention, and it was, you know, 9 years ago, said to be the only legendary you could put 2 of in your deck just because it had legendary power at a rare rarity. After all these years now, it's actually getting buffed by just 1 attack, right? Just 1 attack, but that makes it a little more aggressive, a little harder to deal with type thing. It's always been draftable. Its power level has gone down slightly over the years, but it's always been draftable. Gets a little bit of a boost. Babbling Book was good and fun at 1-1. It's a little better at 1-2. We're going to see more of these 1-1s go to 1-2. They were already super draftable and fun in Arena. Now they're a little sturdier. Glovey says becomes weak to Big Game Hunter. Yes, I guess. True Silver, another card that's been a staple for many years. Gets a little boost. Now you restore 3 health instead of 2. It's a card you draft sometimes. Now it's a little tiny bit easier to draft. I don't think it'll change its draftability much at all. It's just a bonus. Consecration, another staple. You still draft lots of Consecrations. Goes to 3 mana. Already an easy card to draft. Becomes a little easier, like a lot of these. Wait, where'd they change the Holy Nova? Holy Nova goes face again? See, David says all new info. I said, I haven't seen all these. I had not seen that Holy Nova goes face again. There's been a lot of times. Over, since they changed it that I've said, oh man, if Holy Nova still went face, we'd win right now. That's interesting. I wonder why they decided to do that. Yeah, good to see you all open door whale. All right, so yeah. Again, I don't actually think it changes the draftability of Holy Nova, but it sometimes changes the discoverability of Holy Nova. Yeah, it can change games, but just like True Silver, I don't think it actually changes its draftability much at all. I think you'll make the same choices draft-wise, typically. Draconid Operative is going from 5 mana to 4 mana. It gets a standard stat line change, though, right? Sniper Fool's anymore, is it? It's not. It's not. But it gets a standard stat line change. It goes from 5 mana 5/6 to 4 mana 4/5. So, yeah. If you need more 5s, I guess there could be a downside. But if you want to do it faster, it's an upside. Yeah, Pizza's Holding Over a Bird. Yeah, I had not seen that. Until now. This is True Silver. No, we looked at True Silver. Let's see. So yeah, Psychic Conjure and Swashbuckler are super fun cards that we draft all the time when they come up. They're even easier to click now with the extra health. Menacing Nimbus. Yeah, Menacing Nimbus is a little different, right? So Menacing Nimbus I would sometimes turn down because of the 2/2 stat line. Now you don't need to turn it down. Now it's one of these very well-stad 2s with a huge upside. So you go from drafting quite a few Menacing Nimbuses to lots of Menacing Nimbuses. Seems all you need to know about the course is Ysera still in. I'm so tired of losing to Ysera. Hex gets reverted too. Hex was 3 mana, went to 4 mana. Now it is back to 3 mana. It's already a card you draft a lot of. Now it's even easier. Wait, Feral Spirit's getting updated again? Where'd they do a Feral Spirit? Wait. 3 mana. Summon 2/3 Spirit Wolves with Taunt. Overload 1. What's Feral Spirit? Yeah, I thought they already made this change. Oh, it's nature now. It was nothing before? Okay. Makes it discoverable off, like, the Discover a Nature card. The scroll thing. Probably not too much change in Arena. Over 2, not over 1. They already made that change. They already made that change before. You're right that did happen, but not this year. This year they had the nature tag. VOC cost to be reduced by 2 mana. Yeah. Pretty minor change for Arena, but a change. Yeah. Hellfire, just like Consecration and stuff. Hellfire's quite a staple. On the other hand, though, Hellfire, I think, I've drafted a lot less these days than I did 9 years ago compared to Consecration, which I still draft a lot of. But yeah, Hellfire going to 3 mana. I'd probably say that's a positive change because this card was really getting hard to draft. Now it'll be easier. Hellfire isn't at the moment, is it? Yeah, it's still core, isn't it? I thought it was still core. Thanks to the Frozen Touch get nerfed? Nope, sorry. Not as far as I know. So yeah, Witchwood Apple. Witchwood Apple was pretty bad. Witchwood Apple was 2 mana, and then add 3 2-mana 2/2s to your hand. So you spent 2 mana to add 3 understated 2s to your hand. It actually did have quite a bit of value, but it was really expensive for what it was doing. Now the Treants cost 1/1. So now it's like quite a few cards in the game that summon 2/2/2s for 3 mana, but it's more versatile. It's more versatile. You can spend the Witchwood Apple early and get the 2/2s really cheap later. Or you can, you know, do the Witchwood Apple and play 1/2/2 and have another 1-mana 2/2. Yeah, it's quite versatile, and it's not crazy strong, but it's versatile. And so I think it'll be very draftable. Don't touch in the next set. No, it's in the it's in the. Do you mean the next set of Arena? They haven't revealed the next set of Arena. It's still in the set it's in. But yeah, they haven't revealed the Arena rotation, if that's what you mean. Have you really never seen Hellfire and all the works drafted? Nah, maybe it's not in. I thought it was in, but maybe it's not. Jeweled Macaw. It actually does say returning to core, so yeah, maybe Hellfire has been out. I've just not been thinking about it. Jeweled Macaw's another one of these 1/1s going to 1/2. Like I said, we drafted a lot of these. Now we'll just be a little happier about it and a little more unhappy when they populate them. Flame Geyser is going core, and it's going to 1 mana instead of 2 mana. That's very, very draftable. Turn course means staying in core. Oh yeah. But new to core. These are new. So yeah, Jeweled Macaw gets thrown in. Hammer of Wrath is back at 3 mana instead of 4. So you know, it's the one thing that's gonna be weird is there's always been this trifecta of the Paladin 4 mana stuff, right? There was True Silver, Consecration, Hammer. And Hammer got tossed out. Now Hammer and Consecration cost 3. True Silver still costs 4. But it's still weird, because I'm like always gonna think of those 3 cards as being 4 mana. It's gonna be tough to adjust to it. Incidentally, that's much more draftable than it is at 4 mana. Yeah, Grime Street was always a pretty weak pick as a 2 mana 1/1. Becomes pretty draftable at 2 mana 2/2 with the hand buff. I would still argue that, you know, the 3 mana version that draws a card, the Bannerman, is quite a bit better. But yeah, Grime Street will go from something you don't want to draft to something you're pretty okay drafting. Listen, King's still not around at 4 mana. That's true. That's true. It is actually the 4 mana quad. You're right. Skip thinks the Katarina change is more of a nerf than the buff, and it's best list that killed Katarina. Wait. At the end of your turn, resurrect another friendly undead minion. 7 mana, 6/8. Didn't she used to cost 8 mana? I've got Katarina in gold, but she was still very rarely drafted. Wait, hold on, let me... Oh, wait, she could resurrect any minion, right? And now she can only resurrect undead, but she's cheaper. Let me verify the old stat line and stuff. Yeah, so she gets a mana cost reduction, but now she can only resurrect undead. Right. I think you draft enough undead that I would still call this a buff. For Arena. I think you draft enough undead that she's still going to be resurrecting minions in general, and sometimes super strong stuff like Sin Runner, sometimes 2 mana 2/3. But I think that going from 8 mana to 7 mana while keeping the same stat line is a big deal. So I think it's actually a buff for Arena. Because you almost always have undead. At least presently. Mana Geode gets very changed, just like a couple other cards here. The Holy Champion, I'll talk about the Holy Champion in a minute. Yeah, Mana Geode was, it used to be when this minion is healed, some of the 2/2 crystal, I believe. Yeah, we have Overheal now. Yeah, so let me drop this for a second. Yeah, Overheal, very simply, is if you heal above max health. So it works, if this is at 2 mana 2/2, or sorry, if it's at 2/2, and you heal it, and it tries to heal to 4, it heals over 3, it'll activate. But although if it's at 2/1 and you heal to exactly 3, that doesn't overheal and you want some of the 2/2. But now you can put it down, and without it being damaged, you can put a heal onto it at 2/3 and get the 2/2, which makes it a much better top deck. Yeah, what's if it's 2/3? It still works if it's 2/3. It's still, yeah, you have to overheal that minion, right? This makes it a much better top deck. A much better top deck. Danvers says, over here working at full health is garbage. I actually love it. I actually love it because it makes things like this work. on top deck, which they didn't before. But but Dan has a prejudice against priests, so it's fine. So yeah, same here with clergy. Clergy used to like gain attack when any friendlies were healed or something. Now it's very, very, very different. Another even more complete redesign than Mana Geode. Again, becomes much better top deck. You can drop it and then heal it, and so for three mana you draw a card. What did they do with Shadow Ascent? They just make it a 2/3, is my guess. Yes. Shadow Ascent's a card I like. It's a cool card, but it's pretty difficult to draft at 2/2. At 2/3, it becomes very easy to draft. So I'm going to draft a lot of Shadow Ascendants, I can almost guarantee you. This weapon overheal isn't going to feel as bad as Overkill. Well, you're in much more control of it. Well, sort of. Yeah, no, I think it'll feel a lot better than Overkill. Let's see. Last time I went Call of Geode, very changed. I agree, but Clergy is very changed, and Holy Champion. So Holy Champion is overheal, gain +2 attack. So for 4 mana, you can make it a 4 mana 3/4, which isn't great. You want to say very changed. I may have said very changed about Mana Geode, which is still quite a bit changed because it works on top deck now. But I meant to say that these 3 cards are very changed, especially Holy Champion. I think Mana Geode is significantly changed, but I'm really, really, really meant Holy Champion. Holy Champion, is that you? Exactly. Good to see Ziggy. Ziggy streams, by the way. Holy Champion was what, 4 mana 3/5? Or 4 mana 3/5? And it was like when any minion gets healed, gain attack. It's been so changed. I think they should have just made a new card. They've made new cards for core in the past. I don't know if they want to do it anymore, because I don't think they did any this year. But it's so changed. I don't know why they bought. It's a nice piece of art. But they changed it so much. I don't know why they just make a new card. Anyway, that's I don't know. That's my biggest complaint about these core changes, babies. That's such a change. I don't think they should have done it this way, but oh well. It's a interesting card. It's good with things, if you're already doing things like Holy Nova, I guess. But I don't. It's okay, right? It's okay. We've had 2 mana 1/4s. I don't love it, but it's interesting. Holy Champion should be if any minion is over here. That'll make it a lot stronger. Anyway, it's fine, but yeah. Let's see. Elven Minstrel was 3/2. Now it's 3/3. I always found this one difficult to draft. I think it'll still be difficult to draft at 3/3. Fan of Knives is back, and not only that, but Fan of Knives costs 2 instead of 3. Fan of Knives was very, very draftable 9 years ago at 3 mana. It was quite draftable, as early as like 2 years ago at 3 mana. It'll be very draftable at 2 mana. Very, very draftable. Draft a lot of those. And it's back. Stapling counts to throw. You take it. Let's have to read these dumb core changes. You make enough Force Nation was like, yeah, Mud had forgotten that many, many, many years ago they got rid of the charge. Overheal only heals on itself, not when any overheal occurs. Pretty sure. Ancestral Knowledge used to have Overload 2, now it has Overload 1. Makes it much, much more draftable. Much more draftable. Plus there's some Overload synergy in the new set, I believe. Overload 1, yeah. I would still draft Ancestral Knowledge occasionally at 2 Overload, but you wouldn't play it until near the very end of the game. Now you can play it a little earlier, maybe. The Armageddillo, which I always add extra syllables and call it the Armageddonillo. 6 mana, 4/8, taunt at the end of the turn, give all taunt minions in hand +2/+2. Again, somebody might remember the stat line of Armageddillo better than me. It looks a lot better than it did, but let me see the old stat line precisely. Actually, it's not as big a change as I thought, is it? They just gave it 1 extra health. I thought they changed it a little more than that. Still, it was not a great card, and just that 1 extra health, I think, makes it feel a lot better. So yeah, this'll be reasonably draftable. More reasonably than before. You know, it depends on how many taunts you have, of course. It's good with that training session, right? Because you're gonna be able to get off training session. The training session, it says discover a taunt. If you have mana to spare, get another taunt. So you'll like play training session, play this for 6 mana. Maybe if you're lucky, play another 2-cost taunt for 2 mana or something. The point is, at the end of the turn, you're going to discover a taunt that gets buffed by this. So that's going to happen a lot. Skipper thinks this should be a 5-cost card instead of a 6-cost card. Woodcutter's Axe used to give +2/+1 to a rush minion, I believe. Now it gives it to any friendly minion, which makes it a lot easier to use. Becomes a very draftable card, I would say. But there's a lot of other good weapons in Warrior, at least in this meta now. I don't know if some of them are rotating. But, yeah, it becomes a lot more draftable. Much more draftable. And it was already a little bit draftable. Actually, grants for Black Knight. Yeah, so Black Knight used to cost 6, and it was a 4/5, I think. It lost 1 health, but now it's 2 mana cheaper, which is super significant. It's way easier to play against early game taunts now, which is a big swing, and it's a little bit easier to play against late game taunts. A little bit easier. But yeah, its ability to work in the mid game. In the mid game makes it a very easy draft area because almost every deck has taunt as an arena. Yeah. I mean, there's so many good legendaries now that even when this comes up, it might be up against something you want much more, like a Colossal. But yeah, it becomes a very draftable card. Very, very draftable. Yeah, golden one's been buffed. We crafted the Golden Black Knight in honor of Lena many years ago. Except... Yeah, Lisa, aren't you happy with gold? You put the kappa, but except it's in core. It's in core, and so we get the core golden version for free anyway, so it's like, oh, wait, shoot. I'm like, hold on, wait, I'm like changing the size of this instead of changing the movement. There we go. It's alright said, right? Alright, so here's the last ones getting adjusted for core. Replicating Menace was replicating 4 mana or 3 mana? It was always 4? Man, it's been a while. But I think they said a health to it. If I played Battlegrounds, maybe I'd know more. Yeah, I think they said a health to it. Makes it a little better. It was Replicating Menace was decently draftable with the 1 health. With the extra health, becomes a little more draftable. Makes it easier to play on its own, right? If you don't get the magnetic in particular, because it becomes unpingable. Magnetic returns, yeah, magnetic returns to core, which they did clarify. It costs 3 Battlegrounds, or it's tier 3 type thing. Everything goes 3 Battlegrounds. So the tradable is becoming core. Tradable is becoming evergreen. They said they're gonna print new tradables in like every expansion. It's gonna come, this common thing, but not magnetic. Magnetic. They said, okay, yeah, we're bringing it in this year, but we're not bringing in magnetic evergreen. We're not gonna keep printing magnetic cards. It's just a thing for this year. But tradable is evergreen. Yeah, Goody says, oh, cool, I like tradable. Yeah, I think tradable, they've acknowledged that a lot of people felt like tradable is something just positive for the game. It's a cool mechanic that helps you print kind of tech cards and make them not feel bad when you draw them too early. And so, yeah, I like tradable a lot. I think they should have made evergreen. I'm glad they did, just like Rush, just like tradable. Some of the stuff that's very, very versatile. So let's see. We got War Gear, got +1 attack. It's aggressive now. It was kind of hard to draft before. It'll still kind of be hard to draft, in my opinion. If they had made it into a 5/6, it would be very easy to draft. Here's next, Inspire. Larson, my best guess you need to run away. Wait, what? My best guess is you need to run away when your weapon's busted. Which means removing the rush condition, remove the flavor. Oh, you're saying you... You don't like the flavor change on the woodcutter's axe? Monsieur says I'm back. Good to see you, Monsieur. There was a point yesterday where we were at like, we got to like 7 wins with our first stack, and I said, "Where's Monsieur? It's not the weekend until we see Monsieur." So yesterday didn't count. Yesterday was some type of weekday. Good to see Monsieur. Hope you're doing well as we. Yeah, you're not gonna get to see any games today because it's gonna be all talking about cards for hours. I'm sure. Well past your bedtime. That's what the flavor was on the axe. I think the flavor on the axe was there was a lot of rush cards in Witchwood. Bronze Gatekeeper was pretty difficult to draft at 1-5. Becomes much more draftable at 2-5 with that magnetic. Now you will go like, I don't really want Bronze Gatekeeper, but we can take it. Whereas like, oh man, Bronze Gatekeeper's the best pick here. So that is a change. It changes from very bad to still, I don't really want it. Oh yeah, sorry, did I mention Royal Librarian? Goes to 4-4. It was already crazy draftable at 3-4. Now it's a little stronger. So, yeah. That makes a strong card stronger for Arena's sake. Alright, so that's, I believe, every card that's getting changed for core. Now we have a longer list. And these might be a little hard to read if you're on, like, 160p or something. Maybe I can. Maybe I can make it double size. And we'll just, we'll look at one side at a time. But like I said, it's a huge image. If I want to change the size effectively, I have to come, like, way down here. Let's see, is that good? Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, we can look at one side at a time. All right, let's get back to the top. So, the left side is cards that are leaving core, the right side is cards that are new to core. So, Chaos Nova was a card I hated to draft. I did not like to draft Chaos Nova. I almost never took them. But my opponents sometimes would, and it would annoy me. So I think I'm happy to see Chaos Nova gone, because it was a card I didn't like to draft. But sometimes my opponents beat me with it, so I guess I'm happy about that being gone. I like Sightless Watcher, though. Sightless Watcher, a well-stad 2 that helps you plan your next turn. It's kind of sad to see that go. I like that card. Bloodthorn was never a great card for Arena, so not too sad to see that go. One of the weirdest cards ever printed, I would say. Dredge before Dredge, yes, sort of. Yes, I was watching was Dredge before it was cool. It's dredging from the top, though. Yeah, man. What's he say? Definitely weekday was spending your mental energy at scientific conference. Just came back home a few hours ago. I hope it was a good conference. I said Gatekeeper's most significant change the mix, you think. Compared to the 5-5, I would agree. Immolation Aura. Immolation Aura is interesting because it does the delayed trigger. It works against. It does work against Death Rails, right? Or does it not? Wait. Does Immolation Aura work against Death Rails? Does it actually repeat in the right way? I think it does, yeah? But yeah, Immolation Aura was always interesting. I still didn't draft a ton of them, but it's, we lose Chaos, never gain Immolation Aura. Illidari Studies is fairly sweet. I think it works against Death Rail. I do too. Kane Sunfury. But yeah, Kane was always such a... Yeah, it was the taunt, but you add the apostrophe before the T. Taunt you cannot. Yeah, I cheated some wins. I cheated some wins in Arena with Sun Fury for sure. It's, not the greatest card of all time, but it will sure annoy you. It'll sure annoy you if you've got a wall of taunts and then they just bypass it. Yeah. Can't taunt this, right? Alright, Druid. Fandral has never been super great, so I'm not too sad to see Fandral go. Force of Nature is bad, so I'm pretty happy to see it go, I guess. Earthen Scales got nerfed, and it's never been that great anyway. Mount Raptor's pretty good anyway, though. Mount Raptor's a good 3. So yeah, 3 cards I don't like to draft, and 1 card I draft quite a bit of. Druid gains. Yeah, Druid gains some weird stuff. So they gain the Witchwood Apples, which we noted is becoming stronger and more versatile. Lunar Eclipse is a good card, right? Lunar Eclipse is great. Deal 3 damage to a minion. Next spell costs you less. Sometimes you don't have a spell, but even if you don't, 2 mana deal 3 is what you expect. Solar Eclipse lets you do some big cheats sometimes. Some really big cheats. You know, if you go... I think you can choose 1 stuff, can't you? I think? So if you go like Solar Eclipse Flipper Friends, you could get like the 6-8 taunt, the 6-6 taunt, and then get the Otters too, I think. So, and you can do some other very interesting stuff with Solar Eclipse, but it's still often difficult to draft. A lot of times you're discovering Solar Eclipse to set stuff up. Because the problem with Solar Eclipse is you need to have both cards in your hand, the thing you want to double and the doubling card. So it's not usually a great draftable, but it's a good discoverable. Eclipse are great cards, but the legendary's super bad anyway. I don't know if I want to call the Kiri super bad, but I would agree that there's a lot of legendaries better than the Chosen Valoon. I still think the Chosen Valoon is better than Fandral in most cases, so I guess that's a gain. Lunar Eclipse much better than Solar Eclipse. To draft, yes. But yeah, Solar Eclipse is very, very interesting to have in the Discover pool. Alright, Hunter. Oh, Shaw's gone. Oh, we've been seeing quite a bit of Shaw. Alright. I'm kind of sad to see Shaw go. It's a strong card that I don't hate seeing around. Snake Trap, though, yeah, I'm just not a fan of secrets in general. Snake Trap's fine. Dire Frenzy. We've actually been seeing people pull off Dire Frenzy sometimes. It's kind of a difficult... It's expensive. It's kind of difficult to pull off sometimes. We've been seeing it combined, too, with, like, the Discover Beast from your deck. I'm a little sad to see Dire Frenzy go, maybe. Here's Asday going all right. Going all right so far. Cloaked Huntress is, you know, one of these 3/4s with a good upside, but I don't value it much more than a 3/4 because I don't like to draft secrets. Springpaw, I'm sad to see go. I think Springpaw is a great staple of Hunter. I'm sad to see Shaw go to a bit. I'm sad to see Springpaw go. Save a look at the goods. I wonder if the craft going because of the course. Oh, we've crafted all these golden, all of them. Probably. We get Wandering Monster and Cat Trick as secrets. Again, I don't like secrets much. I find Wandering Monster very annoying. When enemy attacks your hero, summon a 3-cost minion as the new target. I've lost a few times to Wandering Monster. Going face too early. Yeah, I just don't like secrets. Nice says the biscuit is staying. Yeah, so this is the I think the first they talked about. I think this is the first time that they have added cards that were about to rotate into Wild into the core set. So Doggy Biscuit was gonna rotate, but now it's gonna stay in. So that's interesting. We already saw Jeweled Macaw was going in as a 1/2 instead of a 1/1. 1 mana 1/2 at a Beastia end. It's good. It's good. You'll draft a lot of them. Dragonbane. I've got a golden Dragonbane, but because it's in core, we'll get it anyway. Dragonbane is pretty interesting. It's one of these cards that's kind of frustrating because it's super RNG based. Sometimes you hit the minion, it'll hit face. Sometimes you hit a particular minion, it'll hit the wrong minion. Sometimes it'll hit face when you need the minion or the other way around. But, you know, it's not actually that understated. It has actually a very significant upside. So Dragonbane's pretty darn good. It's just, sometimes, you usually need Dragonbane to do something specific. And sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. Mage, ooh, I just got a spoiler. I saw Luna's in there. I didn't realize Luna was in there. Caligos has been super strong. Super strong. This meta, when you cast 0 mana Flame Strikes and 0 mana Runes and 0 mana 9/9 Snowmen, I am, I think I'm sorry to see Caligos, though. Of course, it's annoying when you see your opponent play it. Flame Strike is actually gone from core. I think I've always wanted Flame Strike gone from core. So that's very interesting. That's very interesting. It's a hard thing to adjust to, because you're always thinking about Flame Strike possibilities from Mage, and now you won't have to. So that's curious. Pyromaniac's a great arena card. It's a 3 mana 3/4 with a very versatile upside. So that's a bad one for Mage to lose. Ethereal Conjure, because that's a lot of good Mage cards going. Yeah, Cone of Cold has been very strong since they changed it 3 mana instead of 4 mana, or at least quite strong. So that's interesting to see go. But yeah, Conjure is actually not that great. It's always fun to discover a spell, but Conjure is so badly statted for 5 mana that I still draft him because Discover's fun, but it's actually not a super great card. So losing that one doesn't hurt Mage very much, I don't think. In exchange, Fire Sale was about to rotate, stays in. We're still having a fire sale. Oh, the burning. Where is it? Where is it?
Oh my god! We're having a fire sale! Oh, the burning! It burns me! Evacuate all the school children!
So we're still having a fire sale. We're still having a fire sale, even though it was about to rotate. We saw Flame Geysers going in. It gets quite a lot stronger at 1 mana instead of 2. Firelands Portal, even after all these years, they're putting it in core with no changes, right? I'm kind of surprised, honestly. I'm kind of surprised it's not like at least doing 6 damage or something. But yeah, last time Firelands Portal was in a rotation, it was still quite draftable. But like I said, it didn't feel as insane as it did when it came out. So I'm kind of surprised it's not getting buffed to like 6 damage or something. Stargazer Luna, also not being buffed or nerfed. Luna sometimes does work in Arena, late game, and lets you draw like 3 cards, 4 cards even. Sometimes it doesn't work out. It's if it was a 3-mana 3/4, obviously it would be it'd be like, you know, the Pyromaniac or the Cloaked Huntress. It's like, well, it's a 3-mana 3/4, and sometimes I get massive upside. But because I understand it becomes a harder card to draft. There are 3 neutral minions the same, and a better stab with this mana cost. Compared to Firelands Pool, you mean? Yes, Skipper says Gig Flame Strike is practically synonymous for playing Arena ever since the beginning. Yes. Skipper Wonder Strike is a weird scripting thing with a 50-50 chance of going face or a minion. I don't know. Make meme drafts real with Reckless Apprentices, you know. Oh, yeah. In terms of drawing 1 billion cards. But, yeah, won't be able to do that anymore. Here says, Conjure. Yeah. Arcane Artificer. Whenever you cast a spell, gain armor you could cost. Artificer was never a super great draft. I think it will still not be a super great draft. But it would be kind of relevant right now. And it may still be relevant. Because actually armor gain is pretty good in Mage right now off like Cold Case. Because right now Mage and Hunter are dominating. And it helps you win the mirrors against mages, and it helps you beat the hunters. So, in this meta, maybe it would be pretty okay, and maybe it'll be pretty okay in the next meta. Oh, the Dragon Man. Oh, yeah, we have done that. Yeah, right. After you use your hero power, deal 5 damage to random enemy. So if you can somehow get your hands on a Reckless Apprentice, then yeah, it can go, you know, ping, and then it goes 5. Yeah, you had the Dragon Reckless turn. Yeah, which I don't even know how we got our hands on both. One's a Hunter card, one's a Mage card. But if you can do it, it's pretty nutty. Alright, Paladin is losing Ragnaros Lightlord, which is a fun card, but not a great card. We did have a relevant game with Ragnaros Lightlord recently, where we healed 1 billion times. But it's not a super great card, to be honest. Reckoning. Oh, yeah, right, that's the thing. So they're saying no secrets for Paladin this year. I assume they're not printing any. So Paladin is just not going to have secrets, which is curious. So yeah, Avenge is a pretty good secret. Reckoning is a pretty good secret. Noble Sacrifice has been a staple forever, but it's not a super great secret. Regardless, they're all gone. What is curious, though, is in Arena, even if Core/Standard doesn't have any Paladin secrets, if they keep doing wild rotations in Arena, which personally I hope they do, at least 1 or 2 sets per meta, we'll still have Paladin secrets anytime they do a wild set that had a Paladin secret. So Arena might still have Paladin secrets at times, which Standard will not? ? That was never meant to be a secret class. I don't know. They've printed a lot of them over the years. So yeah, Aldor being gone is fairly significant. It used to be an incredible card. It's always been a very good card, at least. Paladin's gained some good stuff, it looks like. Lothraxion is anything that's, you know, for the rest of the game is pretty cool. And you're only losing 1 health on Lothraxion. And so, yeah, there's been extra Silverhand cards printed. There's been some Silverhand cards buffed, like Stand Against Darkness got put to 4 mana instead of 5. Lothraxion's always been a pretty easy card to draft in Arena, and now it's going to be in Core, so it's going to be in all the metas. So that's a good legendary being there for Paladin. It might be a frustrating one if you see your opponent play it. Muster for Battle, not only is it back, which used to be one of the strongest Paladin cards ever, like, you know, 13 years ago. 7 years ago, 8 years ago. Now it has a 1... wait, actually, no. They didn't change it, did they? No, they didn't change it. For a second, I thought, wasn't it 1/3? But no, it was always Light's Justice, which was always 1/4. So it's just in Core. Very draftable card. Not as strong as when it came out, but still very strong, or at least quite strong. Hammer of Wrath, we talked about in the other thing. It's back, and it costs 3 instead of 4, which makes it much more draftable. At the time they kicked it out of Core, you were almost never drafting Hammer of Wrath. Now you'll draft them again. Hand of a Doll used to give +2/+2. It's still nerfed at +2/+1, but it's still a quite draftable card. It used to be super draftable at 2/2, though. And again, we talked about Grime Street getting buffed to 2/2 instead of 1/1. Makes it into a decent card that you're reasonably happy to draft instead of a bad card. Wow, Lyra's in core. Lyra's in core. Didn't see that. Murazan's in core. So Murazan's a cool card, but sometimes doesn't do as much stuff as you need it to. But it's a cool card. It's a strong card. It often swings back very big. Your Finale command. I didn't make commands. Maybe I should. But Finale will be on screen. Finale will be on screen. Finale spend all your remaining mana to activate extra effect. It's going to be on screen. Oh, wait. These cards are leaving. Wait. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah. Okay. These cards are leaving. Let's talk about them in the opposite order. I didn't see Lyra's in core. Wait, Lyra's been in core. Huh. All right. No wonder we see it so much. So yeah, let's talk about the opposite. These are leaving. Murazan's pretty good. But isn't always super excellent. There's no idea what was in. Despite play does every week. I just play the cards they give me. And it's like when we were playing Murderous Sonic the Hedgehog yesterday. We got to the very end of the game. I'm like, wait, we're playing Sonic on screen instead of our OC character. Man, it's cool that they made that change right at the end of the game. And everybody's chat's like, no, you've always been Sonic during these sequences. Oh. Shadow of the Colossus has a dodge roll? Holy cow. So if Sonic didn't do some mental damage, I was taking mental damage during it, I guess. Where are we going? Well, that's Star Fox, not Sonic. Yeah. So Lyra's really cool. And you can make some big turns with Lyra. Kind of a shame to lose it. I like it. Chaplains are really strong too. Shame to lose that. Radiants are quite strong too. Kind of a shame to lose that. Power Infusions, okay. I don't like to draft Power Infusion, but it can be strong. Not too much of a shame to lose that, except for the partner in crime that's so strong to buff with it. Northshire Cleric, a staple priest card. Not as strong as when it was printed, obviously. I'm not too sad about losing Northshire. The macro voice should they've. How am I gonna go full Northshire, Yogi? I can't even do the anime hair on this screen. It's alright, Joey. With an extreme amount of Discover, I'm sure Priest is gonna be doing okay having 10 cards in hand. Thank goodness, Yuki. Wait, no, it's terrible. I never know what decision to make with 10 cards. That's the best I got. I can't do the hair on the screen. Oh, shoot, I keep losing where my mouse is. Focused Will. I've never liked Focused Will. So I'm not sad to see that go at all. Your hand was always +2/+1. I don't think that's true, but I'll verify. Maybe you're right. It was nerfed a year and 3 months after its release to 2/1 instead of 2/2. So yeah, we talked about Katriyama earlier, now showing Resurrects Undead. That will very occasionally make her not be able to resurrect anything, but I think you draft a lot of Undead. In Arena right now in general, so I don't think it'll be a problem. And she's going down a mana cost, so I think it's an improvement for Arena. Yeah, Holy Champion is a weird card change. I think Holy Champion will be draftable, but not very. I don't think I'm going to draft many Holy Champions, personally. Benedictus is being forced to not rotate. It's a fine card to draft as a 5-mana 5/6 if the other legendaries are bad, but a lot of times Benedictus shows up and you've already picked some non-shadow spells, so you don't activate the effect. I've seen, I don't know, like 3 people activate the effect ever? Not many. How likely is to get Dark Bishop online? Not very. Like I said, I've literally seen probably like 3 people activate it. David says, if you got like an Umbral Geist, that could be good with Kripparian. Yep. Or, you know, Sin Runner. Sin Runner is a notable undead. There's quite a few notable ones. Yeah, David says they've seen it twice, yeah. Does Bug Trickster if you have no spells in deck? I am almost positive it does, but that's not very likely either. We talked about Mana Geode. It's a good 2/3 now that works as a top deck, which didn't used to work as a top deck. Clergy works as a top deck, so it's another pretty reasonable card. I'm not sure if I love it. Like I said, though, I do love Shadow Attendant. I drafted Shadow Attendant sometimes at 2/2. Becomes really draftable at 2/3. I'm going to draft lots and lots of Shadow Attendants, I have no doubt. Shardinari was going to rotate, but now it's not. It's a good card. It's a good card because it's tradable, and this AoE silence is often very relevant. Rogue is losing Sprint. They've, you know, buffed the mana cost on Sprint over and over, but it's still never been a super good card to draft. Not much loss there. I never liked Assassin's Blade even after they changed it, so no big loss there. Sinister Strike is terrible, so that's a gain. So these are all good things for Priest to lose, really. Cold Blood can be relevant, but I don't like it, so I'd call that another gain to lose that card. Vanessa's kind of a shame to lose. She's cool. Vanessa's cool. Tomb Pillager has been a fine 4, and the Undead tag made it extra relevant, so that's maybe a shame to lose, but 5/4s are a little hard to draft than 4/5s. I love Plague Scientist. So that one I'm sorry to see go. What do you gain? Yeah, okay. I'm just looking all at once. So yeah, Hanar, after you play a secret, discover a secret from another class. Sometimes you can go ding, 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 secret. It became easier to go ding, 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 secret, though, when there were 1-mana paladin secrets, which there's not going to be, at least in some metas. So that make Hanar weaker in some cases. Yeah, recipe stuff up for this combo, yeah. Elven Minstrel, like I said, was pretty difficult to draft at 3/2. I think it'll still be very difficult to draft at 3/3. It's just hard to combo a 4 consistently. Ambush, after you put his minions, some of the 2/3 ambush with poisonous. Ambush is, as far as secrets go, it's pretty strong. Plagiarize is also pretty strong as far as secrets go. It's sometimes difficult for your opponent to play around. Sometimes they can. If they're really far ahead of you and you play a rogue secret and they suspect plagiarize, you know, they'll play a small minion and that's it. And they maybe still have 3 minions hit on board and then you're screwed. But it's an interesting one. From Scalomance, I believe. Cheat Death, when a friendly minion dies, which event costs 2 less. Never a big fan of Cheat Death. Hard to control. So I don't like that one much. Fan Knives back, and it's at 2 mana instead of 3. I'm sure you'll draft lots of those. Eviscerate back with no changes, except there's still no blood on the art. They got rid of the blood on the art, which some people complain about. Eviscerate's used to be really, really good. Now it's pretty okay. So yeah, I'd say Rogue loses some very bad cards to gain some decent cards. Net gain, I guess, probably. Shaman is losing Kragwa, which is kind of a cool card. We've done a few Kragwa things this year, but not a ton. Not really a big loss. Manatide's pretty weak. That's a gain, I would say. Maelstrom's okay. It's fine. Tidal Surge is pretty good. Maybe a shame to lose that. Rockbiter's okay. Not a huge loss there. Again, just kind of like Rogue. They're losing some not so good stuff and some kind of average stuff. What are they gained? They gained the Grand Totem, which is weird. Let's see. So yeah. So the Grand Totem, at the end of your turn, give all +1/+1 to all items in your hand, the deck, and the battlefield. So there is that Carving Chisel, right? There's the Carving Chisel, like 1/3 weapon that summons totems to board. They add like one other totem generating card with the Mon Disorder mini set. Still seems like a really difficult legendary to draft to me, but it's a kind of a fun one if you can actually pull it off. I've seen it pulled off like once. Overdraft, because it's tradable. Overdraft would be kind of draftable, but there are new Overload cards in the new expansion, I know, so it might become a little more draftable, but typically Overdraft's not that good. Thing from Below, it's you know, they're kind of adding Grand Totem and Thing from Below at the same time. Thing from Below can be really good with Evolve stuff, but again, this is mostly a constructed thing. It's an okay card. The Thing from Below. As long as you summon 2 totems, it's quite strong. If you've already got a Carving Chisel, the Thing from Below could become very draftable. Ancestral Knowledge goes from 2 Overload to 1, makes it much, much more draftable. I still drafted a few of them before, now it'll become much easier to draft. And then Zap. Deal 2 damage to a minion. Overload is 1 for 0 mana. Never a big fan of that card. Kind of interesting to be in the Discover pool, though, maybe. So yeah, Shaman loses a few awkward things, gains a few awkward things. Wouldn't say that's a big gain for them, personally. Warlock loses the Tiny Knight of Evil, which is just a fine, too, because it's decently stead. Darkshire Librarian, which can be good late in the game when you're out of cards anyway. It's a good top deck, but otherwise it's not great. High Priestess Jeklik, which they buffed a little, but has still never been super great. To me, it's okay. It's okay. It's a Sen'jin with lifesteal type thing. Fell Soul Jailer, which was understated and not that great. Void Terror, though, was good. Yeah, it makes sense. There's discardy stuff gone. Yeah. Void Terror, though. Void Terror was, when they buffed it to 3/4, has always been quite good to draft, so Void Terror is a little bit of a loss. You gain, okay. Warlock makes some serious gains in core. The cards they lose are not that great, but they gain Mal'Ganis, which is an interesting card and fun. He's got an iconic voice line, but he's not actually that good. But you do gain Enhanced Dreadlord, which is a really good card. A really good card. Enhanced Dreadlord's just, so many stats. Your opponent really wants to have, like, a silence or something. Enhanced Dreadlord's a sweet card. Defile is an iconic Warlock card that's very difficult to play, but also very difficult to play around. Right now, we've had Spammy Arcanist as a neutral 5-mana Defile. The True Defile is one of the hardest cards to play in the game, but one of the most powerful cards in the game. So gaining Defile instead of, these kind of junky cards, or at least decent cards, is a big gain. Void Caller, if you can do a Void Caller Enhanced Dreadlord or a Void Caller Mal'Ganis, that's a big deal. But it is 1 mana higher cost than the stat line would indicate. So if you don't have demons in hand, then it's bad. But you can often pull Void Caller off. And yeah, Spirit Bomb. Spirit Bomb in more aggressive metas, like right now, actually, with the Hunters dominating and the Frozen Touch Mages dominating, Spirit Bomb doing 4 damage to your hero is pretty iffy right now. But it's a lot of damage. A lot of damage for the cost. You expect 3 damage for 2 mana. Here you get 4 damage from minion for 1 mana. So it is very, very tempo. Sometimes if you play this in like a zoo and you're putting a bunch of minions down and they play their 3 mana, 3/4, and you kill it for 1 mana while dropping another 2 and another 1, you just win the game. So Spirit Bomb can be very, very interesting, but it's also a bit risky. Alright. Yep. Warrior loses Gorehowl. We've been seeing a lot of Gorehowl lately, sometimes going face. Shieldman is not a super great card, so that's not a big loss. Armorsmith going is going to affect some constructed combos, but it's never been that great in Arena, so that's not a big loss. Deckhand's a fine one, but, 2 ones, it's fine, but I didn't draft a whole lot of Deckhands. Fiery War Axe, they never put it back to 2 mana. It's been something you kind of avoid drafting because there's much better weapons out there. That's not a big loss. Bloodhoof Brave is a pretty good 4, but not a huge loss. Darius, they buffed it. It's been okay, but not insane. Again, no really big losses here for Warrior either, which has been a pretty... Has any class, really gained, cards like, oh no, you're losing that from core? I mean, Rogue lost the Plague Scientist. Priest lost the Chaplain and the Elemental. Paladin, not so much. Mage losing Flame Strike, Caligos, Pyromaniac, Cone of Cold. Yeah, Mage got some losses, maybe. Hunter lost the Cloak Huntress and the Spring Bar. They're pretty good. And yeah, Druid, not so much. Demon Hunter, you lose Cyber's Watcher. Not so much. Hunter a bit, Mage a bit, maybe. I'm just wondering, which class has been losing core cards that do work in Arena. Alright, let's see. Let's get back to Warriors. So yeah, not particularly big losses, except for the Gorehowl, maybe. But you gain that Armageddon Dealer, which, like I said, the Armageddon Dealer was really significant to be in that training session in the Discover Pool. That's going to be significant. Bladestorm is back. Deal 1 damage to all minions, repeat until 1 dies. I never found Bladestorm to be very good. I think it'll still not be very good, but sometimes just... the opponent plays 1 big minion, and you play Bladestorm to kill it. Sometimes that works, but it's still an awkward card to draft. I was never a big fan of it. Wasn't Wrecking a good card balance? Yeah, kind of, but you weren't super excited to draft it, in my opinion. Dinomatic has a very funny voice line. Woo! Well, it's actually boom, but it sounds like woo, but just boom! So yeah, it's super understated, but the battle cry is very strong if you're a little behind and the opponent doesn't have mechs. So that's I'd call that a pretty decent card. Sword Eater, on the other hand, is an excellent card. Sword Eater, really, really, really good in Arena. So yeah, Sword Eater's a huge gain for core. Also, Frightened Flunky is a huge gain for core. Now it'll be able to discover Armageddillo. So heavy plates, yeah, Steve has heavy plate. At least it's tradable, but yeah, you're not gonna be drafting a lot of heavy plates. It was about to rotate. You didn't draft much of it. You still won't draft much of it. Woodcutter's Axe is getting that buff, so it can buff any minion, so it becomes reasonable too. So I'd say Warrior's a pretty big winner. You know, you're losing some cards you don't really care about in Gorehowl. You're gaining Sword Eater and Woodcutter's Axe and the Frightened Flunky and kind of Dinomatic. So I'd say Warrior's a winner of the core changes. And the neutral ones, they're kicking out all the explorers. We've done some bronze stuff. Sir Finley's good in Warrior, at least, but Sir Finley's... Usually you're drafting another legendary. Elise is a pretty bad legendary. But we did see somebody pull it off just a few days ago. Reno. There's so many good dupes that Reno's also often not relevant, but they just add a diamond to Reno, which makes it kind of sad that Reno's leaving right after getting a diamond. Let's just look at all the ones we're losing. Mossy is an epic, so it doesn't pop up very often, but it's often very relevant when it does. I think I'm actually happy to see Mossy go, though. It makes a buy bronze standard, won't miss you. Faceless Manipulator has always been too expensive for what it does, but it's pretty iconic, so I'm not sure if I'm happy to lose it or not. I like Escaped Mana Saber a lot, so maybe it's a shame to lose that one. I don't like Arcane Devourer at all, so I'm kind of happy to see that one go. The thing about SI7 Infiltrator is, you know, one of the best things that could counter is objection, but it doesn't work against objection. Still, secrets have been very relevant lately because of Sketchy Strangers, so losing a secret tech is interesting, I guess. Violet Teacher was not good enough for the cost, so you didn't draft many of them. Lone Champion, also too awkward to use typically, so we didn't draft many of them. Acidic is gone. That's pretty relevant. Acidic is always just a card you pick if you need a 2, and especially if, you know, a warrior is strong or something. So Acidic being gone makes you feel safer with weapons, maybe, unless they're adding a new weapon destruction. I never liked Stormwatcher. It always clogged up draft picks. Almost never draft it. Happy to see it go. Scalebane. Kind of ashamed to see Scalebane go. Strong neutral. Dark Iron Dwarf. Oh, no! I'm sad to lose Dark Iron Dwarf. It's always held up. It's always held up since it came out for Arena. Kind of sad to see that one. Jungle Panther's okay. Not sad to see that go. Ironbeak Owl's gone. We're still gonna have the Stormwind tradable though, right? They're putting that in core, so yeah, Ironbeak gone is interesting. So Ironbeak and Spellbreaker is gone, unless they're adding Spellbreaker back in. I don't know about it. Sunreaver. I hate the golden animation on Sunreaver. It's super, super, super lazy. Yeah, 50 says recipes Tiny Fin. But they added they add Snowflake Penguin. They took a vote. They took a vote on which zero mana card to add. Mixtures and Mixtures. It's kind of been a arena staple since it was in core. I'm pretty sad to see that one go. I like the Mistress. And yeah, Tiny Fin gone. Some people bemoan that. Okay, yeah. Really sad to see Dark Iron go. I'm kind of sad to see Mana Saber go. But beyond that, not super fond of these cards. What do you get? So yeah, you get Dr. Boom. You get Dr. Boom, iconic 7. Really shocked they didn't nerf it back in the day, and they're not buffing it when it comes back either. The Boom's just back, baby. I'm guessing they'll add a Diamond Boom, either with the core set or soon, if you have all the Goblins vs. Gnomes cards. They also had a Diamond Ragnaros, which we got to draft during the throwback meta. We'll be able to do it again. Good to see Thrifty Hammer, by the way, if I ain't saying Thrifty. Lisa the Gamer Score. Yeah, me too, maybe. Ziliax is back. Perfection. Unity, Precision, Perfection. We talked about Black Knight being buffed from 6 to 4 mana. You lose a health, but that's not really relevant. Magnetic's back too with Dr. Boom. Yes. Including that replicating mess, which we already talked about. Dirty Rat is terrible. I think Dirty Rat is a trap that you should never, ever, ever draft. That's not to say it won't work 100% of the time, but I think it works so rarely in your favor, you should never draft it. Because Dr. Will looks like quite antiquated now, which is kind of funny. Because it was so strong when it came out. Eater of Secrets. Destroy many secrets. Gain +1/+1 for each. Somewhat relevant, but it's very understated. Cult Neophyte is a good 2 to draft from Skullmance. It's a good 2 to draft from Skullmance. That one's fine. Armor Vendor. Oh, so we lose Mistress of Mixture. Death Route, restore health, 3 health, 4 health to each hero, rather. But we gain Armor Vendor as core. Give 4 health to each hero in core. Okay. War Gear. Gains an attack power. Again, if it was 5/6, it'd be really relevant. 6/5 still might be something you avoid drafting. Ron Applebaum is a little expensive for what it does, but it is draftable. I'd say it's a below average card, though. Royal Librarian has been super draftable in Arena, and it gains an attack power, so it makes it even easier to draft. So yeah, they're getting rid of Acidic, but they're keeping Rustrot Viper in core, just like they're keeping Royal Librarian from Stormwind right before it rotates. I was wondering if they were keeping Rustrot. They are. When I saw them rotating Acidic, I'm like, are they keeping Rustrot? They are. Henchclan Thug is really good if you're a Demon Hunter, sometimes if you're a Rogue, but it's not a super relevant card. I'm also kind of surprised they're adding Dread Corsair as a core card, which you also often won't draft. The art also just looks kind of out of date on Dread Corsair, right? It looks a little primitive compared to a lot of Hearthstone card art. Bronze Gatekeeper gains an attack power. It goes from being a really bad card to being a below average card. Mummy's good to draft. Tour Guide's okay sometimes, at least if you're not Demon Hunter. Snowflipper's like Tiny Finn, we've taken Death Imps and stuff to 12 wins. You can take Snowflipper. Glacial Shard's a good neutral. Okay. So yeah, they're keeping Rustrot, they're keeping Royal Librarian. They're adding Ragnaros, Celiax, Dr. Boom, Black Knight. Yeah, okay. Not insane changes, mostly. Baby says, looks faded over time. Like when you found a window bleach with us on the Dread Corsair. Okay. Aren't they rotating in a different secret and different weapon tech? Yeah, I didn't know. I haven't looked at this list, but yeah, they are keeping Rustrot, and then they're bringing in Eater of Secrets. I think it's harder to draft Eater of Secrets though than the 5/4. So that's interesting. Okay, so it took about an hour. That's all the changes to core. I can turn off this webcam. We are going to take our first break after talking about all the core, and when we get back, we're going to start talking about the new expansion, starting with the neutrals. The Festival of Legends. Anyways, thanks for the reviews, your bill rate. Yeah, we haven't looked at any actual new cards, except for the Priest card they changed so much. That's a new card. There's Paladin losing secrets. Eater of Secrets isn't as effective now. I guess a little bit that could be true. But we do have Sketchy. Which means every class is playing secrets, which makes it easier to draft than before we had Sketchy, where there were only some classes that played secrets. Alright. He said, don't draft that good. Oh, yeah, one star. Yeah, there we go. Here's a preview. What? Air Guitarist, give her up in 1 durability. Well, it is a 1 star. Non-weapon glasses. Alright, we're back in 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. Doing stage, there it is. Alright, finish core. We did finish core. The overview of core. Took about an hour. Now, we're gonna get the actual new cards. As I found out, you don't need a good arena deck to win or not. You just need a bunch of cards that see your opponent's stuff. You should have good decks that win rates, yes. Consequently, against Priest, you want to have a really bad deck. So they can't steal any good stuff. Alright. And this, I give this 2 stars based on all the new weapons. Again, if your class doesn't play weapons, it's obviously a 1. You don't want to play a 1-mana 1/1 if you don't have weapons at all. And even if you're rogue, playing a 1-mana 1/1 to give 1 durability to your dagger isn't worth it. So, the only way this becomes worth it is if you've got some really good weapons, like, right now. Here's the thing I'm thinking. Like, right now, if you have an Imbued Axe, then if you use your Imbued Axe 3 times, you've probably already won the game. And so if you add a charge to an imbued axe, I don't know if it helps you that much. I'm not sure if you want to put a card this understated into your draft. Tries every class go in this expansion. Yeah, well, yeah, that is true, right? Like, mage got a keyboard. MX is, Sword Eater. Again, though, do you really want to put a 1 mana 1/1 in your deck just so you can, make a 3/2x into a 3/3x? Do you want the 1/1 in your deck versus other cards? I think I'm still gonna give this just a 1. You could maybe say a 2 if you've already got some good weapons, but yeah, I think you have to have multiple good weapons. I think you want to have at least 3 good weapons before you put this severely understated card in your deck. So I think 1, maybe if you have 3 good weapons too, but I don't think you want this. The Annoying Fan. 1 mana, 1/2 battle cry, choose a minion. Can't attack while this is alive. Got the mech tag. It's not understated. And it's a permanent freeze. If a priest has a big minion, and you do this on the, they've got this 8/8 on board, and they just keep not being able to top deck. This could stall for a while. I think I would still say a 1 mana 1/2 mech is not crazy good, and it's not that difficult to kill. So I think I would still call it below average, but it's pretty cool. Amazing Tactic Wars, first you put to have an answer, 3.5. I don't agree. I don't agree, but I think you will draft some of these. It is going to be annoying. And it is going to be annoying. Yeah, Skip says the air guitars be great with Gorehal, but Gorehal is rotating out core, yeah. Crowd Surfer. 1 mana 1/1. Death Rail. Give any other minion +1/+1 this way. Wait, we're getting like Leapfrogger? We're getting Leapfrogger from Battlegrounds in core, or not core, but in the new expansion? It's an epic. So you have to deal with like your whole board. Oh shoot, yeah, it bounces to enemies. Oh. Okay. So if this only bounced to your minions, I would give it a lot more credit. But yeah, bouncing to enemies, ooh, I don't think you ever want to take this. All right, stop to your meme, 5 stars. The Frequency Oscillator. Battlecry, next mech you play costs 1 less. As a 1 mana 2/1. This one, I think, it's kind of average-ish, if it's like a, 2.4. It's like a 2.4 to start. But, maybe pretty easy to draft other mechs. The more mechs you have, the better this gets, because it's not on the next mech you play this turn, which would make it, a very low-end 3 or high-end 2. But it's any mech, so that even pushes it to 4 maybe in some cases. So this one's fine / good. The Audio Amplifier. Yeah, set your maximum mana and hand size to 11. It's just a 2 mana 2/3 in Arena with a mech tag. The mech tag is relevant. We just saw a reason for the mech tag to be relevant. But very, very, very rarely do you get to 11 cards in Arena. Not never, especially if you're playing like a mage with a bunch of discovers, but not super relevant. The 11 mana is a little interesting. You turn it up to 11. This one goes to 11. This is Spinal Stone. Yeah. It is it's a 2 mana 2/3 with a mech tag, so it's fine to draft. And the maximum mana is a little interesting because it means you can play a 5 mana card and a 6 mana card on the same turn in the late game, and that is relevant. And Rick says Sunwell works too. Yeah. Why not make 10 louder? This one goes to 11. Audio Medic, which appears to be a reference to Lucio in Overwatch. 2 mana 2/3 Rush, which is already, it's a 2 mana 2/3 with a significant upside given it Rush. So it already is a low end 4 that you are pretty happy to draft in your 2 slot. But if you also do Finale, which Finale, spend all your remaining mana to activate extra effect, you also gain lifesteal. So it's good. It's very good, like anti-aggro. It's very good anti-aggro. So yeah, I think it's good. I don't think it's a 5-star at all, but I think it's a very, very, very solid 2. The Hipster, 2 mana, 1/3. Discover a spell from what's class that isn't in their deck. The interesting / odd thing about hipsters, you know, you're unlikely to discover the best spells because they're likely to have tried to draft the best spells. But if the best spells are like epics, they're hard to draft, then it could still have a good pool. But yeah, the hipster pool is diluted. Diluted's kind of in the same way the imported Pandaren is. I mean, it's destroyed in exactly the same way, but for your opponent. Still, it's a little understated. It's a little understated, just like the imported Panda is. But just like the imported Panda, you're willing to play an understated card to get a Discover a spell. So, you know, it's like a high-end 4. Discover's good. Discover's good. Yeah, I like this spell. You probably never heard of it, right. Signature Hipster Art's amazing. Yeah, it's very, very psychedelic. Very psychedelic with the rainbow going on. Actually gives you info on 3 spells. You don't have to play around. That's true, unless they discover them. But you're right. John says it's going to be hidden legendary spells all the time. That's true. Each class got a new legendary spell. That is very relevant, honestly. Although, a lot of the legendary spells, a lot of them are pretty synergistic with stuff the class is already doing, right? So I'm not sure if they all work if you're playing them outside their class. But maybe. We'll have to look at them a bit closer. But that's very true. That's very true. That will be a high-end hit. First, actually, 2 of them can't be discovered at all. Really? Instrument tech, battlecry, draw a weapon for 2 mana, 1/2. You know, this one is, you know, very obviously a 1. If you don't have weapons in your deck, if you have at least like 3 good weapons in your deck, then it becomes more of a 3. But yeah, a way to tutor out your like imbued axes and warrior is nice if you've got them. The Rogue and Death Knight one can't be discovered. Yeah, John says the Death Knight is just showing too strong. Oh, right, it's the rainbow, right? It's the frost and holy blood. So they said, no, we're not going to let you randomly generate the spell. That's probably a good idea. The party animal, the first of many furry cards in the set. You can hear him. You can hear the bear saying, "Rah, yeah." 2 mana, 2/3. With the beast tag, Battlecry, give +1/+1 to a minion of each type in your hand. So it's a menagerie hand buff on a well-stad card. That's at least a 4. John says druid. Yeah, it must be a bear form druid. It must be a bear form druid. A bear form druid that needs glasses. Tarn bear druid, probably an older one with the gray fur and the glasses, I would think. But he's still a party animal. So yeah, it's a well-stad card, or at least a average stad card with a pretty good upside. So yeah, the more tribes you have, the more tribal stuff you have, and the more various tribes you have, the better, even better it gets. But you'll probably still get a couple of buffs here. But it doesn't give +10 to Malcolm Lame, right. A Rolling Stone. Yeah, that's a music reference. There's a lot of music references that might go over my head with this set, but not that one. 2 mana, 2/2, understated, but it does have Rush. If the last card you played cost exactly 1, gain +1/+1. A 2 mana, 2/2 with Rush is not great, but the more 1-cost cards you have, the better this gets. It's one of those variable cards where you want to probably avoid it typically, but if you have a bunch of 1-cost cards anyway, it gets better and better. It's not terrible, but, you know, you compare it to like the 1 mana 2/1 Bird Rush, which even that you don't always draft, and this is just, you know, worse unless you got a bunch of 1s. Yeah, finally Quibble was beneficial arena to get that hand buff from the party animal. Yeah. Is the wrong tense. Wait, what? Confused. Stereo Totem, which is kind of funny. Just flavor-wise, like a lot of the set. 2 mana, 0/3. At the end of your turn, give a random minion in your hand +2/+2. Traditionally, these are very, very difficult to protect. The opponent just has a 3/2 on board and they kill it. Probably not worth the buff because it's a delayed buff. So I think the buff is strong enough and the annoyance is high enough to not call it a 1-star, but I still think you want to avoid this. Tri-Sit should have been on monotone unless you have two. I actually saw people bring this up. I looked at this card like on Reddit, and somebody said exactly that. And somebody said, no, it's because you could put two of them in your deck. If it was a monototem, it'd be a legendary. The Cowbell Soloist. More fur. There's a lot of fur in this set. That's pretty furry fur. 3 mana, 4/2. Battlecry, if you control no other minions, deal 2 damage. That's good. That's good. You can typically hold this back if you're already ahead. If you're not ahead, it's got a decent stat line with a good battle cry. I still might kind of call it more of a 3 than a 4 just because it is a bit limited. Yeah, 4/2 ain't great, though. I agree. So I still think this is draftable. I still think this is very draftable, but it's not insane. It's just, it's a good, I'm sure to draft quite a few of them. At least you know the reference to the cowbell. What, you just want more cowbell? I got a fever. The only prescription is more furry. I mean, cowbell. Festival Security. 3 mana, 2/5. Taunt, Finale Force, all means detectives. This card's interesting. This card's very interesting, because this card means that if your opponent put down, you know, a 1/1 and a 3/2, and you play this on turn 3, you guarantee you kill their minions, and they won't be able to do a buff or something. Yeah, Johnson Grave against small board, yeah, especially if they've got a bunch of 1/1s, which sometimes happens, especially against Druid. This could really put a stop to Druid's plans to do, you know, just a Power of the Wild buff across a wide board or something. I don't love 3 mana 2/5 taunts in general, but the finale effect is interesting. I think I like the finale effect enough to call it a, you know, a 3. Do I know if finale works? Does it actually automatically? Yes. The spending 0 mana count as spending all your remaining mana. I mean, I would think if there is at least one 0 mana finale card, isn't there? What's finale get? It's above my head. It's above my head. Spend all your remaining mana. So if you have to have 3 mana left when you play this. Where's sub badge gone? I see yours. I see yours. Metronome. Never mind. I'm quitting Hearthstone. It's over. It's all over. Banned. Oh well. It's been a good run. The Metronome. 3 mana, 2/4. After you play 1 cost card, draw a 2 cost card, then increase. This seems like more of a constructed thing. If you can draw at least 1 extra card off of it, though, it can be pretty decent. Still seems very, very awkward. You have to have the 1 cost card in hand already. You have to play an Understand 3. I'm sure we'll see somebody pull it off. We're on turn 10. They play the 3, they play the 1, they play the 2, they play a 3, they draw 3 cards. Even that is, you know, when you compare it just to like the 5 mana 3/5, infuse 4, infuse 5 or whatever to draw 3 cards, this is just so much harder to use. I would certainly call this an avoid, if not a don't draft. The Outfit Tailor, 3 mana 2/2, Battlecry, give a friendly minion attack and health equal to this minion. So if you are not on board at all, or you can't play a cheap minion, this is terrible. But if you have a minion on board, this is really good, especially if you can somehow hand buff this. Just this gets better and better. Yeah, I think this is this sounds very good to me. This sounds very good to me. If you can take your 3/2 and put it to 5/4 while also getting this 2/2. Yeah, that seems really good to me, personally. So, some don't have the other minion, I guess. But I think this is super worth it in typical cases. So I'm going to call it a 4. Paparazzi in there, I guess we're calling a 5, right? This is the only card from the expansion, just about, that people would bring up again over and over in chat. Did you see this card? Did you see this card? So yeah, it's well stat, the standard 3 mana 3/4 that's so popular in general in an arena. And yeah, you discover a legendary minion. So if you have a bunch of wild sets in the meta, then this becomes less good because wild sets have a lot worse legendaries. But nowadays, legendaries tend to be really good more often than not in Arena. And so you're playing a well-stad card that discovers potentially a very overpowered card. So I hope, despite being a common, I hope they forcibly make the offer rate on this pretty darn low, because this is going to get really annoying really fast. Really, really, really fast. I think this particular went like the outfit tailor. Is that the one? Speaking of legendaries, Scrum says they love it. Wait, Jackie, go back to the tailor and see if it's the Shared Sun Lady. It's not. I don't think, because this is a human, and the Shared Sun Cleric is, I think, a night elf. I think? Am I wrong? Shared Sun Cleric is a night elf or a blood elf, I think. Well, wait, maybe not. Wait, hold on. I always thought she was an elf, but actually, does she not have elf ears? Is that armor? Let me. No, she's an elf. She's a blood elf. She's a blood elf, which makes sense to be in the Shared Sun. All right. Photographer Fizzle. Battlecry, take a snapshot of your current hand, shuffle in your deck. So when you shuffle the snapshot in your deck, it's one card, right? They've done things like Dead Man's Hand before that shuffle each individual card in your hand into your deck, which is terrible. But this shuffles your whole hand as one card into your deck. And it's only 1 health understated. This is still actually, an avoid, because just like anything like Elise, it's difficult to find this. But if you are playing an attrition deck, or if you're playing like a priest that has that like discover a spell in your deck card, then maybe it goes up in value. 1 card, how? It becomes a photograph that says add the cards you took a snapshot. You just 4 cards with draw. You have to play it. I think, yeah, it's 2 mana. It's 2 mana, and then it's a spell that gives you all the cards that you took a snapshot of. Alright. I'd still call that an avoid in most cases, just because it's understated. It's hard to find the thing. Rowdy Fan. Battlecry, choose a minion. Has +4 attack. Wow, this is alive. Another one kind of like that Outfitter, that if you're behind, this is no good at all. The 3 mana 1/5 stat line's terrible. But, yeah, if you just have like a little 1/2 or a 2/3 on board, and you can turn it into a 6/3 to make a trade, that's pretty darn relevant. So, yeah, Space compares this to a 3 mana 5/5, right? I think you're in a situation arena often enough where you can really pull this off. I still might want to call it a 3, because if, again, you're also often behind, and then this becomes really bad. Additionally, yeah, exactly. Try's got it. Additionally, if you're not on board and only the opponent's on board, you would have to buff your opponent's minion. If they have a 2/3. And it's your turn 3, and you have no cards to play except this, the only thing you can do is buff their 2/3 to 6/3 to be able to kill your Rowdy Fan. So yeah. I think this will still be useful enough to call it a 3, but I don't think you're super excited to draft it. Here's it doesn't say another, says A, so you can choose itself. I don't believe you can choose itself. No, you can't choose itself, because it won't be targetable. It won't be targetable until it's already on board. The static waveform, which has a pretty cool visual effect that looks like, Scarecrow thinks the Red Fan's gonna be great. What was I say? The static waveform has a cool visual effect, similar to the effect on our new sub alert. So yeah, 3 mana 5/6, super overstated, but at the start of each turn, including your opponent's, You lose 1 attacker health chosen randomly. Now, not on the turn you play it, though. Well, on the turn you play it because it's the start of your opponent's turn. But even on your opponent's turn, it's got to be a 3-mana 4/6 or 5/5. It comes back to you. It's got to be like a 3/6 or a 4/5 or, you know. You do want to trade this off pretty quickly, I suppose, or it's just going to decay. But it's overstat enough to seem super worth it. I think this is at least a 4. Larry says, this is terrible. Do you think? I don't know. I think when you put a 3-mana 3/4 down in Arena, how long do you typically expect to live? I typically expect it to live for between 1 and 2 turns. Typically. And I don't know. I think yeah, you go to Misa. So yeah, Misa is good for saves play style because I trade all the time, right? So I think you can get a good trade with this early on. It's gonna be really worth it because you're gonna be trading up, and you might even get to trade up twice. So I'm standing on the side. This is really good in Arena. This could potentially come back to you as a 3-mana 3/6. That's good. I agree. Although, but yeah, there is a possibility, of course, that your opponent is going to be some very value-focused priest, and it's going to be playing spells, and you're going to go face with this a couple of times, and it's going to decay completely. This is more expensive and worse stats than Corporal. It's awful, but you can use this multiple times. You can only use Corporal once. I'm going to stay on the side. This is good. Maybe in practice, we'll say, you know what, actually, it's not that good. I don't like to draft this card. But I'm going to stay on the side. It's good. I think it's good. I mean, Corporal's really good. The Worgen Roadie. It's like I said, there's a lot of save fur cards in this set, and of the save fur, I don't know. I really like this one. Like the fluff of the fur. I don't know. The fur review, I like it. Worgen Roadie, 3-mana 3/4. Summon a 1/3 instrument for case for your opponent. Break it for a random weapon. That seems really, really, really good to me. There's some bad weapons, of course, but there's some really good weapons, and it's still a 3/4. The only bad thing is that your opponent could, like, buff the 0/3. If they're a druid and they buff the 0/3 and they kill you with it, well, that could be bad. But mostly it's big upside. Yeah, Tri says 5 stars. I don't know if it's all the way to 5, but it's at least a 4. It might be a 5. It's really, really good. John's going to give you Curse Blade, only if Curse Blade's in the rotation, which it probably won't be, but occasionally, yes. It also might give you, one of the new weapons from this set that don't really make sense for your class, right? But I still think it's going to be at least a 4-star. Can your opponent break their own for a weapon? Savjz says they can't. Yeah, I don't think I actually saved a picture of the instrument case, but no, Savjz says you always get the weapon. Okay. That is relevant to know. The Candle Raiser, raising up the entire kobold, not taking candle, taking whole kobold. Yeah, this one's good, right? 4-mana 3/3 Divine Shield, which is actually pretty bad. That card used to exist. But the finale is give adjacent minions Divine Shield, which is incredible. So you do have to be able to spend exactly 4 mana, but I think that's pretty easy to do in Arena. And if you can drop even 1 Divine Shield on like a 3/4 and kill your opponent's 3/3 and save 3 health type thing, or if you can put your 5/3 into their 5/5 and keep the 5/3, that can just be game winning in Arena. So this could be a 5 because that's just so relevant, and you can sometimes hit on 2 minions. Maybe it's a more awkward than I think with the finale, and the base stat line's not super great, but I think it's somewhere between 4 and 5. This can literally win games. The Cover Artist. 4-mana 3/3 transform into a 3/3 copy minion. So there used to be a 3-mana 3/3 that transformed into a 3/3 copy of a minion, but you had to have no other 3s in your deck. This one costs 1 more mana, but it's not restricted. We can also compare the Faceless, which for 5 mana became a direct copy of a minion. I mean, obviously, it's great against Death Rattles. I still think it's a little pricey for what it does. I think it's actually on it. This is Nidos, right? Yeah. The mask, and such. Yeah. But Yeah, I think this is still not great. It's got to be really good against certain death rattles, but I think it's awkward to draft. You'll still draft a card that's kind of cool. I don't think it's gonna be particularly good. I said the Prince. Yeah, no, I said there used to be a 3/3, but you had to have no threes in your deck. But now it's not. Now it's unrestricted. Here's the ETC, which people have already been playing and constructed, right? Because they gave it out for free. But I haven't done that. I haven't played a constructed with this. So I'm trying to remember how this works. Wait, so 4 mana, 4/4. While building your deck, assemble a band of 3 cards. Battle Cry, discover 1. Right. So you probably won't be able to draft this at all. You won't be able to draft this at all. This is gonna be banned. Yeah. Space is banned. Right. So this is 1 star, I guess, because you literally can't draft it. If you could draft it, I mean, well, it'd be really weird. You know, what would how would you even do it? You know what? Let's not even talk about this, because how would you even do this in Arena? It's so theoretical. We're not going to talk about it. Make a side deck, yeah. Here's FreeBird. Free as a bird now. Yeah, 4 mana, 2/2 charge. Game +1/+1 for each FreeBird you play this game. So this is for some type of constructed, you know, meme rogue that does a bunch of shadow stepping or something. This is going to be almost impossible to pull off an Arena, especially because it's an epic. A 4 mana 2/2 charge is awful, so it's a 1 star for sure. Well, I'm sure we'll see somebody get this up to 4/4, but yeah, this is not an Arena card. There's a background of the hills. Play FreeBird. All right, so yeah, that one's not an Arena card. Fortunately, it's an epic, so it won't compete drafts very much. 4 mana, 3/5, which is the Tazdingo stat line. At the end of your turn, put a random spell on the top of your opponent's deck. Yeah, so, you've seen off, you know, things that give random spells, that a lot of times random spells are bad. Sometimes they're very good. The question is a random spell better than your opponent's drafted card? And I think right now the answer is sometimes, but often not. Even so, this card doesn't have an amazing stat line. Some people call this a -1, I think. Maybe you're talking about FreeBird. This, because of the stat line, I would still say this is an avoid, but the upside, there is a bit of upside, I think, more than downside. The obsessive fan, and she's got the level 90 Elite Tauren Chieftain shirt on, and some other level 90 Elite Tauren Chieftain stuff. Let's see. So yeah, 4 mana, 2/6. Battle creatures may have stuff with this active. Okay, so this is another one of these cards like the 3 mana 1/5. This one's annoying to kill, and the 2/6 stat line's not super terrible. It's not super great either. If you could stealth a card you really want to keep alive because it has some relevance while attacking, like, I don't know, Park Panther comes to mind, but there's a bunch of stuff. I think just like the other one, I think I think the other one I called 3. This one, though, it's still not it's not the stat line you really want. I don't know, maybe 3, but I'm sure this'll work in an interesting way sometimes, but it's not an exciting stat line. So, It's a nice card of you, sweet. Pause. The audio engineer. And, this one, I would need to look up more information about this one. I saw this one, I did look up full information. Somebody might know better than me. 4 mana, 5/4. Add 3/3 bots to your opponent's hands. Death Rattle, summon them for yourself. So, I assume these cost 3 mana. And if the opponent gets a chance to play them, and they don't explode. These are not boom bots, they're bots. 3 mana, 3/3 mech, no text. But if your opponent doesn't play them, then you get them for free. So they want to play them, so you don't get them. If they play them, then the death rattle does nothing, right? It's got a decent stat line, and your opponent has to slow down. Yeah. So I think this is above average. It has a decent stat line, a big upside unless your opponent slows down. It does give your opponent, you know, value, though, if they have the time to play those cards. Maybe it does back off to a 3. If I'm going, they can play both at 5. Yeah, which is good value for them. I don't know, maybe it's worse than I think. Yeah, Skipper says it's better in aggressive playstyles. Yeah, if you're being aggressive, which has an aggressive stat line, your opponent has to slow down. I'll call it a 4 in aggressive decks, and you know, maybe a 2. Yeah, Kodo says a 2 for them. Maybe a 2 in a slower deck, because yeah, sometimes you just want extra cards in Arena. It's a curious card. It's a curious card. Just on a note, play it on an empty board, and they can play the mech. You can't trade your guy off. Right. Well, yeah, play one mech, you mean? Yeah. Pyrotechnician. This one looked strong, right? 4 mana, 2/5, so it is very understated. You lose to attack, but after you cast spell, a random fire spell to your hand, which you could then potentially play that random fire spell. And there are some cheap fire spells, at least in this meta. I don't know if many of them are rotating, but you know, right now we've got like especially the first flame, but that one is rotating. But we got like the first flame, we got like wildfire. It depends on how expensive the average fire spell is. But yeah, if you could play this on, well, especially 10 mana and go this plus a 2, it's a bit like Lyra. You know, if you can play like a 2-cost spell starter and get a small fire spell for like 3 mana, you could play that and get another one. Maybe you can still play one more even. But it is hard to do until the late game. So it's still kind of the more aggressive the meta is, the harder it is to get value off this understated card. In a very aggressive meta, you're just not going to have time for it. But if you've got time, it can be pretty sweet. Hard card to evaluate. I'm just kind of default to 3. Yeah, guys, warrior fire spells include Zinajari. And well, you said warrior fire spells, but this is random fire spells. It doesn't matter what class you are. Because random means you can get from any class. But yeah. Yeah, at least you spell strat, yeah. It might actually be a 2, but it's we're gonna see the pyrotechnician launch some fireworks sometimes for sure. The Ghost Rider. Battlecry discover. Oh, right. Well, yeah. Battlecry discover a spell. Finale discover another. So we talked about like the mage 5 mana 6/4 being awkwardly understated, but that discovers 1 spell. This discovers 2, but you do have to spend exactly 5 mana on it. It's a lot of value. It's a lot of value, but a bad stat line, and the finale could be awkward. Even so, discovering 2 spells is so strong that I have to call it a 4 at minimum. I think it's going to be non-awkward enough that it stays at 4 if the meta is aggressive, right? If it's too hard to play a 5 mana 4/4. But if the meta is even vaguely not aggressive, I think it does go all the way to 5. This one's worse than people think. It's just 5 times better, you think. 5 times, I think, is an exaggeration. It's awkward because you can't use anything discovered finale selling. It is if you're not, like, playing it on curve. But like I said, playing it on curve is weak against aggro. I still think discovering 2 spells is so strong. I have a hard time calling this less than 4. Tony! The king of piracy. He's got the level elite Tarn Chieftain merch behind him, too. So yeah, 5 mana 4/6, not the best stat line, has the pirate tag. Both players' decks are swapped. So both players' decks are swapped, not on a battle cry. Both players' decks are swapped as long as this is alive. And finale, draw a card. Now, 5 mana 4/6, draw a card from your opponent's deck is pretty okay. It's not insane. If this deck gets better, the weaker your deck, this card gets better the weaker your deck is. It gets worse the stronger your deck is. The more likely you are to give your opponent good stuff, and you are to get good stuff from your opponent, type of thing. It's funny. It's funny, but I don't think it's great at all. I would rate between 2 and 3. Yeah, David's like that. Super interested in swapping most times, right? So I'd probably rate between 2 and 3. 5 classes that aren't mage right now. The unpopular has been 6 mana 5/5, quite understated. Death Roll summon on 5, random 5 cost minion from the past. So from the past meaning wild sets. There are of course some badly stat 5 cost minions, but 5 stat is usually not bad. And yeah, this is kind of like Cairn. It's not a lot of good 5-cost cards before. Yeah, but I mean, compare this. Compare this to, you know, Space is better than Cairn. Well, so it's a 5/5 to start, but then the back half is possibly going to be worse than 4/5, like the Bane. But it could be, Actually, wait, did they... Jeez, when that... No, they buffed Cairn. Cairn is still 4/5, right? They buffed him from 6 mana to 5 mana, right? Oh man, all these changes over the years, they are hard to keep track of. Too difficult for new players like me. Wait, no, now it's a 6 mana 5/5. See, I can't even remember. So yeah, somebody said this is better than Cairn. So Cairn is always a 5/5 with a 5/5 inside. I think on average, Cairn is probably going to be better than this, but you could get a 5/6 if you're really lucky. Low roll just bear off type of thing, yeah. I still think the Death Rattle is relevant enough to call this a 4. Yeah, I mean you're losing out on 1 attack and 2 health versus, say, a Boulder Fist Ogre for a quite powerful Death Rattle most of the time. So, yeah, I think this will be good and highly draftable overall. Plus it has the Undead tag. Earth Elemental is best whenever it's in the meta. We're going golden good, be risky to get though. Cairn's legendary. It's good. So it's good that this isn't as good as that. Well, possibly. Speaking of legendaries, here's a kind of creepy looking card if you look at it very closely. The one-man amalgam band. So it's an amalgam. It's got all tribes. 7 mana 6/6 understated. Battlecry gain a bonus effect for each main type you played this game. In Arena, you actually very, very often, play a lot of different tribes. You play a beast, an undead, and a mech, just because you do. I actually don't know what the bonus effects on this are, though. I still don't know what they are. Same bonus effects always been. Oh, this is random keywords. Oh, okay. So it gains Taunt, Wind Fury, Divine Shield, Poisonous, which the Poisonous isn't super relevant at 6/6. Stealth, Rush, Lifestealer, Reborn. How many tribes would you say you've played by 7 mana in Arena typically? I'd say you very often play a beast. In this meta, you'll very often play a mech. Dragon's a bit more rare. Pirate's a bit more rare. Yeah, people are thinking 3. Me too. Undead. I think you'll very often play a beast, an undead, and a mech. You might play another one of a bit of a rarer type. So you're getting probably 3-ish, maybe 4 out of these 8 random keywords. The taunt's not that relevant. The poison's not that relevant. But the rush, the divine shield could be good. This is a pretty... It's certainly an uncontrollable card. He thinks, does this count itself? One Man Amalgam Band does not count playing itself for its effect, but it's a good question. At least on the Hearthstone Wiki, it's got a sourced thing. It is a sourced thing that, that works. Do you ever think this could be good in Shaman specifically? Why? Regardless. I think you're more likely to play a Murloc? Got extra totem tribe? Yeah, but you have to play it. You can't summon a totem with your hero power. You have to play a totem, and drafting a totem is much more rare. Anyway, I think gaining on average 3 effects will probably make this decent, but I think you'll usually draft other legendaries. What's the source on it not counting itself? Seems inconsistent with how it works. I can try to look at the source. A game designer on Hearthstone, Leo. Leo says, oh, and, yeah, Leo was the set lead. He was the one in the card reveal video, right? So, that's a pretty reliable source. That's a pretty reliable source. Yeah, it does not proc itself, you know. All counts as +1. Yes, that's correct, if you have an Amalgam before. Yeah, I think this will be decent, but I think a lot of other legendaries are 4+ stars, so I think you'll still avoid it. This one, this one's insane, right? So it's tradable in the first place if you draw it too early. And again, like many of the cards, it has the level 90 Elite Tauren Chieftain iconography. But yeah, 8-mana, 8/8 Dragon. It's going to be in the Dragon Discover pool, which is relevant, especially for Paladin. But yeah, if you spend exactly 8 mana, it does a deadly shot while developing an 8/8. That's pretty darn good. That's pretty darn good. Of course, if the opponent's wide with a bunch of small cards, it may not be that good. This doesn't have, like, Taunt or Rush. But the fact it's tradable is sweet. And if you can do that finale, it's pretty sweet. Oh, wait, it's not random. It's targeted. Oh, geez. Well, okay. I was going to talk about, like, it's random, but wait, it is targeted if you finale. Okay, that pushes it up to 5, I would say. It was going to be clunky, though. Yeah, if you're on, like, 9 mana, that could be awkward. But if you're on 10 mana, as long as you're not Demon Hunter, you can just hero power and then finale every time, right? So, yeah. Somebody said, wait, is it random? Are we sure? No, this looks targeted, right? It would say random if it was random. This is targeted. This, destroy a minion is like what it says on Assassinate, right? Yeah. No, I think this is. I think it's, the neutrals in this set, a lot of neutrals in recent sets last year, like all 3 sets last year, a lot of it's like, oh man, this is great, 4 stars, oh 5 stars, oh 4 stars. This set, there's a lot of 2s and there's a lot of 3s, but this one looks really good. Yeah, Raven says you can coin this out on 7, unlike Mathers. That's true. That's true. So yeah, I think that one's really, really, really good. The Mishmash Mosher Rush. Oh yeah. I saw this card. Oh, I hate the art on it. Ugh. Looks muddy. 8 mana, 3/10. After stacks, gain +1 attack, and attack a random enemy minion. So yeah, if you got an opponent druid who's got a very wide board with a lot of small minions, this is gonna clear it up. Guy says I love the art. I don't hate the art conceptually. I just think it's the contrast isn't good enough. I think everything blends into each other. I just don't like the style. So keep attacking till dead. If there's anything left to attack. Or an empty board, right, yeah. There's that 3/12 keep attacking if it killed song, yeah, and this one doesn't need a kill song. So this is really bad if the opponent has, like, a couple of 6/7s or something. But yeah, this is gonna be really relevant against Druid. It's a little hard to evaluate until we see how many tall minions are in the meta versus small minions in the meta. But I think this will at least be above average. I think. We'll see, though. We'll see. The fact you get to choose the first attack is very relevant, though, because you get to, if they have like a 2/3 or a 3/3, you get to attack that first, and then go to 4 attack before the first random attack. So I think it'll be good, perhaps very good. I think this is the last neutral. Taunt, Death Rattle, deal 3 damage to all enemy minions. So if the opponent has a silence, obviously, this is pretty bad. But it's beefy. It's beefy, and it's often difficult to deal with. I think it's a lot better than in the past. We've had like a 10 mana 10/10 taunt. I think it's a lot better than that. I still think it's so expensive that it's probably still just kind of a decent card. Maybe it's even so expensive we go down to 2 stars, like I would for a 10 mana 10/10 taunt. But I'm sure you're going to lose to this, right? Sometimes you're not going to have the taunt, and you're just going to have a wide board, you're ready to win, and they're going to drop this, and you're going to not win. We have a 10 mana, 6/10 Elk for 1 Goro. But yeah, Raven compares this to Tunnel Blaster. Yeah, Tunnel Blaster was, I think, 7 mana, 3/7. This is a lot more attack on the front side. Did Tunnel Blaster only hit enemy minions, or Tunnel Blaster hit your minions too? I can't remember even. Even so. Yeah, this one's interesting. All right, that's all the neutrals. Right away from the neutrals, because the Tunnel Blaster was all minions. Right, so that's relevant too. That is very relevant. How would you compare this the pre-6 mana card? I think the much higher cost makes this quite a bit worse. But this one's also neutral, whereas the priest one is class exclusive. But yeah, going through the neutrals, the neutrals seem much weaker for Arena than any of the 3 sets last year, or probably any of the 3 sets before that. This is probably the worst set of neutrals for Arena in 2 years and 3 months. Because I'm going all the way back to, like, what, the Sen of Dragons? So yeah, this is probably the worst set of neutrals for Arena in quite some time. So that's interesting. Not sure if the class cards will feel that way, but maybe they will. Let's see Death Knight. The Hardcore Cultist. Requires 1 Frost Rune. 3 mana, 2/1. Battle Cry. Deal 2 damage. Finale to all enemies. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. The finale could be awkward occasionally. But if it's not awkward, you get Consecration with a little body attached to it. And it's an undead body. The finale could make things awkward. I'm going to call it actually like a 5 by default. I don't know, maybe 4, but it seems really, really solid. We'll see how awkward the finale is. Cheaper Street Sweeper with upside. Well, I mean, Street Sweeper hits your side of the board. This doesn't. So it's way better if you can pull it off. It's cheaper and it doesn't hit your side of the board. Harmonic Metal. Give 3 random minions in your hand +2/+2. Which I think I've got the Dissonant Metal here. So yeah, give 4 random minions in your hand +2/+2 for 3 mana. And then it can swap to give 2 minions in your hand +4/+4. Hand buffs are sometimes tough to evaluate. The Harmonic Metal, you have to have 4 minions. Sometimes you don't. Having 2 minions in hand is a lot easier. This is 2 Blessings of Kings for 3 mana on a delay. In some metas, the delay could be harsh, but I think this is definitely a big enough hand buff for a cheap enough cost to be really good. I think I'm gonna honestly go... Nah, let's go 4. Let's go 4. So you have to have 4 minions? Well, you don't have to, but, if you have less minions, you're getting less benefit. If you have 1 minion, you're getting +2/+2. You're not getting +8/+8. Space calls it a 3. I'm going to call it a 4. Savjz says worst conditioning. I disagree. This is worst conditioning. You can do it earlier in the game. You can't get +2/+2 off conditioning until you're on 5 mana. And I think the 2 random minions gaining a buff could also be super relevant. So I think this will actually be really good in a lot of cases. Yeah, Blood Tap is really good, and this is slightly worse as phrasing. Okay. I don't know if I fully agree with that, but it's close enough. Oh, wait, why did I turn off Death Knight? We still have plenty of cards to go. Bone Shredder. Hey, it's a panda on a guitar. 5 mana, 5/4, bad stat line. Spend 5 corpses to trigger, and gain the death throw of a random flaming that died this game. So this is one of those ones that you have to be a little careful when drafting, because if you just have, things that are like Death Rattle, give a random undead +2/+1/+1, this is not going to be that great. But if you have Death Rattles like Cinnarunner, say destroy a random minion, if you have Death Rattles that say, whatever, that's really good. Raven makes a comparison. If you have any of that, yeah, Trisis 5 is a lot of corpses. On the one hand, you're right, and it is unholy, the place you're spending corpses. But at least right now in Arena, after they got rid of the neutral, not neutral, but the no rune, blah blah blah. Wow, it was such a relevant card. Why can't I remember the name of the self cloning card? Wow, Malignant Horror. Yeah. It vacated my brain. Because we don't have that anymore, because that got banned from drafting, honestly, most of my Death Knights end matches with, 28 corpses. So I think it's often not that hard, unless they put other corpse spenders in. But anyway, I usually end up with lots of corpses and not many ways to spend it. Therefore, yeah, this is highly deck specific. If you have bad, cheap death rails, then spending 5 corpses on it could be iffy. But I think a lot of times it'll be very strong. It is understated, though. Again, very deck specific. It obviously starts as, definitely like an avoid or even don't draft, because it's a very understated 5. But the more good death rails you have, it can quickly become a 4. Yeah, we'll CSB. Trigger and gain can be good. Yeah, you can get, like I said, if you had like Sin Runner, you could play this, kill a random minion, and when this dies, it kills another enemy, it becomes a Sin Runner effectively. So this could be really, really good, but it is pretty specific to play order and deck. Period. Alright. What else do we get? We get the Screaming Banshee, 5 mana, 3/6, again understated. With lifesteal, after your hero gains health, summon a soul with that much attack and health. That seems... So they have to have hard removal. If you have other things with life gain on the same turn, you could get crazy, but that's pretty tough to do. No, that's not crazy tough to do. If you can just play this and Death Strike on like 9 mana, you could potentially get a 6/6 while playing the Death Strike, right? Which will be a fairly common combo. But yeah, it's really difficult for your opponent. Your opponent has to have a silencer or removal. If they don't, even if they have a big minion to trade into this, you're still going to get a 3/3 in addition to the 3/6, right? As long as you're damaged. If you have 30, yeah, exactly. If you're always on hand, if you're always ahead on board and you aren't taking damage, then this is not super great. So yeah, you actually don't want to be crazy ahead for this to be really good. Even so, I think it's a really annoying card for your opponent to deal with. Somebody said 6 stars. I don't think I can go that high, but I think it is annoying enough. The fact that if you're at 30 health, it doesn't work, I think is very relevant. I'm gonna rate it 4. That might be wrong. Maybe it'll end up being 5. But I'm gonna rate it 4. I think there's a problem with... If you're already gaining health with cards like Death Strike, which if you're drafting a card like this, you could be, you might be at 30, and that can make this card not really bad. This could be this card pretty bad. Even so, when it's good, it's gonna be really quite good. So, shows this at least 7 stars. How does it work with the plus 10 HP card? Just the 10/10. I think with the 10 HP card, you gain 5 health, and then if you spend corpses, you gain health again. So I think you would get 2 5/5s, I think. I think it does it on 2 different triggers, but I'm not positive that's how that works. If it just does 10, then yeah, I think you would get that. But yeah, this could be variable. It's even better to get 2 5/5s than a 10/10. Most of the time, you're right, especially with Flame Strike being kicked out of core. Thanks to Retro with the follow, by the way. Trade Corrupted into a 5-attack minion. Full health does not matter here. Wait, sorry, what? Trade Corrupted into a 5-attack minion. Full health does not matter there. This is Ashbringer. What? Corrupted Ashbringer. Oh, yeah, you're right. You would take the damage first, then you would heal it. That one works. Yeah, Death Strike, if you're at full health, doesn't work, but Corrupted Ashbringer would work. That's true. Caged. I think this one looks crazy, didn't it? It requires 2 Unholy Runes, though. So if you've got, 2 Frost or 2 Blood, you can't get it. So yeah, it's an 8 mana 5/1, which is terrible, obviously. Death Rattle, summon a 9/9 Blightbore with charge and taunt. So super vulnerable to silence. Super vulnerable to silence. But it is it's a card that that yeah, sometimes your opponent just won't be able to deal with it, you know? It's like, okay, I can't deal with the 9/9 on my turn. If I play this, 3/5 taunt, they're going to attack the cage head into taunt and hit me in the face for 9 anyway. It is definitely a little delayed. If your opponent can kill you the next turn, it's not going to matter at all. I think it doesn't become like a 5 because it is a turn delayed, but I think it's enough stats. And awkward enough to deal with. I think I would still call it a 4. Maybe it will end up being too slow. Maybe it'll end up being a 3. Yeah, in the same sense, they can ping and deal with 9/9. I mean, at that point, though, they have to be able... If they're already able to deal with a 9/9 taunt, then they can deal with a 9/9 taunt, which you might have played anyway for 8 mana, right? Yeah, TT says, this is the Death Rattle. This is the Death Rattle they want to trigger a game from the Bone Shredder. Yeah, fair to say. Fair to say. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go as high as calling this a 4, but it might be more awkward than I think. Yeah, Lars thinks it's more of a 3. I think that's fair. I'm not super hard committed to that 4. All right, and you can see the cage head in the climactic necrotic explosion. So this requires you to be rainbow. It requires you to be blood, frost, unholy. You can't have 2 blood, you can't have 2 frost, you can't have 2 unholy. But yeah, it's deal 5 damage lifesteal for 10 mana, 1 star, let's move on. Summon 2 1/1 souls, and then randomly improved by corpses you've spent. So actually, like we talked about, except for Unholy, right now, in Arena, it's really tough to spend corpses. It's really, really tough to spend corpses. It makes sense. This is one of the undiscoverable cards. But yeah, it's really, really hard to spend corpses in Arena right now. Like I said, a lot of times you just end matches with like 30, 40 corpses. And each of them can randomly improve, right? This is summoning... The size of the souls it summons, right? They become bigger souls, and then you can get more damage off the lifesteal damage. Yeah, if you have the right corpse spenders, if you with your 1 unholy, you have some corpse spenders type thing, then like great. But it's actually really tough to spend corpses in Arena right now. So I think that for an average deck, you actually probably don't want to draft this. If you happen to already have 5 corpse spenders, then I guess you could win the game with this potentially. But I think this is too hard to pull off in Arena. Okay, so bring back that card. Bring back the Malignant Ore to spend corpses. Yeah. Yeah, great follow-up to Marrowgar, except yeah, Marrowgar requires the triple unholy. So yeah, I think this will be really hard to be good in Arena. Yeah. The Death wait. Oh yeah. Wait. Wait, what? Wait. What? Why did we... Why did we start with Hardcore Cultist? Why didn't it start at the lowest mana cost? That's odd. That was really started 3. Yeah, but yeah, no, I expected to be done with Death Knight, but apparently we didn't start with the lowest mana cost like we usually do. Anyway, makes sense to take it off. Thanks for being here, Mikazan. I'm not sure if I did a shout out for Mikazan earlier. Let's make sure we get one as Mikazan heads off. Mikazan, one of the biggest supporters of the stream. Check out Mikazan if you're not. And yeah, I'll try to make sure I read what you were talking about later, Mikazan. I didn't get like a notification on it, so but I will definitely try to remember to do that. Death Growl. Choose a minion. Spread its death growl to adjacent minions. I mean, again, this is like so many cards. It's very draft relevant. Again, Sin Runner is something that comes to mind right away. If you can drop if you have a Sin Runner and you can just hero power and you can play this, then you can get a 1/1 ghoul at the least. You might be able to get another one, but you can get a 1/1 ghoul that says, death throw, destroy random enemy minion. Yeah. Leaf says if you can play this on the Cage Shed to spread this death row, that's super insane. Yeah. Which I'm sure we'll see that at least once. I said the way they banned cards from the Discover Pool bans it from all modes. They can't just ban it from the Discover Pool. Yeah, currently. I wish they would maybe make that technology. I think there are enough death rows in Arena for this to not be called a 1. But you need to be able to like have adjacent minions or get adjacent minions. This would be a fair bit better if it costs 0. How do you read spread? Spread meaning it applies the death rattle to the 1 or 2 minions next to the thing you're targeting. So it would, if you would take the Sin Runner death rattle and put it on this and put it on this. I think it's awkward enough. I'm gonna go down to 2, but obviously as it gets better and better, the more death rattles you have. I mean, it starts at 1, but I think for an average deck, you need to have this and the death rattle and the adjacent minions. So it keeps itself. Yeah, I would almost definitely say so. 99% chance. Spend 3 corpses. Well, here's a way to spend corpses to give a friendly minion reborn. Again, there's quite a few ways to spend corpses in Arena. This can make that, legendary spell better. There's quite a few ways to spend corpses. Reborn's really good on death rows in particular. You can do this twice. Giving reborn is kind of worth 1 mana. That's what Priest had, right? Being able to do it twice. Still think it might only be a 3-star. On a strong death row, this could get insane. On the Cage Head, this could be insane. But yeah, I don't think this is insane. I think it's good though. I think it's good, reasonable at least. The Arcanite Ripper, which is available in World of Warcraft. 3 mana, blood. Summon a 1/1 lifesteal undead. Change your health on your turn while equipped to improve. So when you hit a minion with this and you change your health, then you're going to get Death Rattle summon a 2/2. So it's already, and then if you swing it again, you're going to get Death Rattle summon a 3/3. That's actually really, really good, right? You're going to get a 3/3 like minimum lifesteal undead, and you might get even better if you can like heal during your turns too. So it's a fiery war axe with a big upside. I would call this a 5. A 6 might be extreme, but this seems really very, very, very good. This is one of the best cards we've seen in the set, which, again, is indicating that this set seems a lot weaker than any sets we've seen in the last, 2 years. At least for Arena. The Death Metal Knight requires 2 blood, 3 mana, 3/4, as you expect. Costs health instead of mana if your hero was healed this turn. This, if you can heal, it's a 0 mana 3/4 taunt, which is really good. It starts as just a 3 because of 3 mana 3/4, and then the more healing you have, the crazier it gets. Alright, says comparing things to Fireworks in 2023. I think it's still a relevant comparison. They're also kicking it out of core, though. Alright, so that was all the Death Knight cards. Does the next one... Now, this one's starting at 1 mana. I don't know why that Death Knight didn't start at 1 mana. Does Blood Depth count as healing? I don't believe so. I don't think gaining max health counts as healing. Okay. Functional Selling said something can be used on enemy minions, maybe if they have a bad death roll. That doesn't happen very often, but it's an interesting thought, Functional. I mean, if they I don't know, they trade a mothership and they got an explosive sheep, and you spread the explosive sheep so it does 6 damage AoE. You might see it very, very occasionally. All right, so you skip the last one. No. This is the one we started with. This is when we started with. We did the Death Bell Knight. All right. Next up is going to be Demon Hunter. But, yeah, we're 2 hours into the stream. We're 2 hours into the stream, and we got like 10 classes to go. We did core set, we did neutrals, but we still have like 90 cards to go. So we'll be back in 3 minutes for more cards. So... Alright, we got through all core, we got through all the neutrals, we got through all the Death Knight. Let's move on to Demon Hunter. The Taste of Chaos. Deal 2 damage to a minion. Finale, discover a spell. The finale seems really good for Demon Hunter in particular, maybe, because the 1 mana hero power, I think, can make it pretty extra easy to hit a particular mana cost. And yeah, discovering a fail spell is good, and dealing 2 damage to a minion is good for 1 mana, so that seems really solid. Really solid. Maybe even 5-star solid, I mean, honestly. He says, you get a giveaway code from Blizzard. I haven't got one yet. We got one for the last 2 sets, but that was before the creator program happened. And so, maybe we won't. I don't know. 2 mana, 2/3. Your hero has lifesteal. Okay. You know, with just your hero power, your hero has lifesteal, not super relevant. If you got particular weapons up, it can be really good. It's just a fair stat card. I don't think the upside is significant enough to even push it to 4, really. But if you have a bunch of weapons, it could be. I'd just call it a 3. Slightly above 3. Yeah, 3.5 exactly. Security! That was pretty good. That one's pretty good. Summon 2/1/1 Ildar with Rush. Vengeance. Outcast, summon 1 more. So, yeah, it's Outcast. Get as much of a 3-mana card. Yeah, so that's good/fine. That says, bad. Well, the 3-mana version of this that always summons 3/3 rushes is pretty good. And it's especially good if you have, like, infused cards in hand or anything. I definitely would not call this bad, because it scales the same as the 3-mana card, and you can actually get more if you can outcast it, and you can outcast synergies. So I think it's not bad. I think the 3-mana version has been good, and so I think this version will be good. So I'm gonna call it a 4. The A with the first object is 3. I think, I honestly, at first glance, I kind of agree, but based on experience with that 3-mana version, I'm gonna call it a 4. The Snake Bite. 2 mana 1/1. Rush. Gain +1/+1 for each minion that died this turn. Oh. Including enemy minions. You only have to have 2 minions die for this to be really good. If you know, it's if you have like an opponent druid board with, you know, a bunch of squirrels on it or a bunch of little drakes or something, you can kill like 5 enemy minions. This becomes a 6/6 for 2 mana, but how often does that come up? Bad top deck, yeah, if there's no minions that you can kill type thing. This is a tough one to evaluate. The swarmier the meta, the swarmier your opponents are, and the swarmier you are, the better this gets. It's very good with cards like this. I'm gonna say that this is... I'm gonna just play it safe and say 3. This one's hard to evaluate. This one's really hard to evaluate. You know, I'm gonna say 4. I think it's gonna be good. I'm gonna say 4. Yeah. That's just 3.4. 3. W says pi, which would be closer to 3, but yeah. I'm gonna say it's 4, but I don't know. That's just a gut instinct. So that's a weird one. Draw 2 rush minions. They cost 1 less. This is good if you have at least like 4 rush minions in your deck. Because if you don't have the rush minions to draw, this is super, super terrible. So if you have 0 rush minions, obviously this is 1. If you have 4 rush minions, you're spending 1 mana to draw 2 minions, effectively, because of the discount, which is really good. So So if you have at least 4 rushes, I would call this probably a 4-star card. And it doesn't really scale up from there. But if you have less than 4 rushes, then this is a potential whiff. And it would be less and less likely to draft it. The already named Demon Hunter means that don't have rush. The Glaive Tar, which is kind of a funny name, a funny look. 4 mana, 4/2, which is kind of the stat line you expect for a weapon of 4. Death Rattle, draw 1 cards, play Outcast cards, which includes that 2 mana card, to improve. 4 mana, 4/2 with draw 1 card is already pretty good. I might even still call it a 3. No, it's self-cycling. I don't know, I'd probably call it a 4. The more Outcast cards you have, the better this gets. But yeah, by default, I'd call it a 4. Halvira Dark Raven. It's a very furry card. It's not a very furry card, but it's not zoomed in enough to see the Worgen look very well. 4 mana, 4/3. Rush. After a friendly rush minion attacks, give your minions +1 attack. Including this one. Okay, that's very good. That's very, very good. A 4 mana, 4/3 rush is already fine. And giving all your other minions, including little 1/1s you can summon, +1 attack is very, very good. Very, very good. Yeah. This is, huh? This is a 4 mana, 4/3 rush, which is already fine. It's pretty okay. It's, Hunter has one. But this buffs, as soon as this minion attacks, you buff all your other minions. And then, if you have any other minions labeled rush, you can just kill the opponent. This is fine for a common. I think that's selling it pretty short. I think it's selling it pretty short. I think if you have any minions survive, that this is a very strong buff. From the previous turn, I mean. I think it's really good. I said give rush minions +1, right? Then I would rate a 3. But this could be a low-end 5. This could be a low-end 5, but I think it's actually gonna be really relevant, especially if you can get that security card. If you got that security card, you can go play this card, play that thing Outcast for 2, get 3 1/1s. You attack with this. This does 6 damage for 2 mana. I think this is really good. So this reminds me of a guaranteed blood guard. It is a permanent attack buff. It is a permanent attack buff, not a temporary one, like, say, that Druid 2/3. I think this is very good. Wanted to see. Really quick. I gotta zoom in on this card because I'm telling you, this is big, safer. We can't see it well enough on the card. There you go. There you go. That's pretty good. 4 mana, 3/6. Whenever your weapon is destroyed, equip a random Demon Hunter weapon. I feel like Park Panther might be better than that card. Park Panther's really, really, really good though. But it's a rare. That's true. That's true. No, they're better in different situations. I think Park Panther can be better because it's a 4/4 instead of a 4/3, particularly. What's this say? 4 mana, 3/6. Whenever your weapon is destroyed, equip a random Demon Hunter weapon. So it's well stat, right? That's the thing. It's well stat enough to be a 3 on its own. It doesn't have a stat downside. And if you can destroy a weapon and get a new weapon, that's a lot of value. You have to have a weapon able to equip, though. Sometimes you don't get weapons in Demon Hunter in Arena. Pretty often you don't. So, this one obviously is another one that scales depending on how many weapons you have in the deck. It starts as, decent draftable, though. Decent draftable. Going down swinging. which is a reference to a band I don't know anything about. I saw people excited about this reference. I'm like, I don't know anything about this band. Give your hero +2 attack and immune this turn, then attack each enemy minion. Yeah, Davis has combined this with like the give your hero lifesteal thing. Thanks, Druglist, with the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. What's Story up to? Do a shout out. Let's see. We can see. Oh, Batman Arkham Knight. That's interesting. Have you played that before? Or are you just getting into it? Yeah, here it says it's Fallout Boy. That might be the right one. And I know that band's name, but I don't know anything about the reference. Anyway, but yeah, this is really 6 mana, right? Because you want to hero power first. And then you play this, and then you do at least 3 damage. And if you have a weapon, then the problem is your weapon's gonna break while swinging, right? But what if you But yeah, if you combine it with this, right? This is the cool combo, right? You have a weapon equipped, you have like that 4/2, and then you play this, and you attack with a weapon, so you have big plus attack. You attack with a weapon, the weapon breaks, it automatically re-equips a new weapon, and you keep attacking while immune all the other minions. So that's the fun combo. The fun combo is having both of these, but because it's an epic, and because it's a legendary, and because you need to have a weapon equipped, that's a lot of stars aligning in Arena. But that's the cool combo. That'd be nuts, right? It's the cool combo. It's just smashing your weapon, getting new ones, smashing it against a big druid board or something, or a big any board. Yeah, so you get pulled off at least once. Yeah. It's a countdown till we see it happen in Arena. But yeah, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. If like I said, if you can hear power, this is 6 mana. This is 6 mana. Do 3 damage to all enemy minions, and sorry, yeah, this is 6 mana. Deal 3 damage to all enemy minions, plus an additional 3 to one minion or to their face. You can still do your standard attack, right? So this is pretty good. Pretty good. I don't know if it's all the way to 5, but it's pretty good. That's why you step on the hero power. Because I think increasing the attack by 50% for 1 mana is super worth it. Space says 6 face. No, because you only attack each enemy minion. You only attack each enemy minion. You don't attack enemy face with this spell. This is not necessary. In certain situations, it won't be necessary. But I think you're almost always going to want a hero power before you play this. If your opponent has a bunch of 2 health stuff and you're on 5 mana, then fine. But I think most of the time you're going to want a hero power with this. Anyway, so yeah, this is really relevant. Really relevant. I still don't know if I want to call it a 5-star card. I don't think I do, but it's 4-star. I think so. Guitar Soloist. That's some pretty sweet art. 5 mana 4/3, Battlecry. If you control no other minions, draw a spell, a minion, and a weapon. So you're playing a very understated card. You're playing a 5 mana 4/3. But if you can do this late in the game, if you can play the Guitar Soloist and draw all those cards, and then play something else, that's really good. That's a lot of draw power. But you need the weapon, right? You're almost always going to get the spell on the minion, but getting the weapon might be a little tougher. It is severely understated. I still like the refill. I don't know if I can call it over there 5, but I can call it a 4 at least. David says 4. Draw 3 is 4-star. Yeah. This is pretty relevant. I think I'll draft this a lot, but yeah, makes having weapons a lot better. Because Wobbly in Demon Arena, of course, you control no other minions. Alright, there's the Demon Hunter cards. The Demon Hunter cards are pretty good. None of these are bad, I wouldn't say. None of these are bad. And some of them are pretty darn good. So the Demon Hunter cards seem pretty nice in Arena. Not insane, but pretty good. I was less impressed with the Death Knight cards, right? Druid. Right, so people are upset about Druid in Constructed, at least, right? I think these cards are going to be actually really nuts in Arena, at least 2 of these. Fortunately, this one's an epic. Anyway, so this is Free Spirit. 1 mana, 1/2, but it's Battle Cry and Death Rattle. Your hero power gains +1 armor this game. So just by playing this 1 mana card, as long as they don't silence it, you get 3 armor per hero power. Just by playing this 1/1 mana card, you get 3 armor per hero power. Your hero power gets better than Warrior, and you still get the +1 attack. Fortunately, it's an epic. If we had Epic Bug come back, says Hoots, to get a billion of these. Yeah, this is going to make it a lot harder to kill Druids. But it is epic. I think the constant armor gain about the... Yeah, who cares about armor? Now, that is true, actually. Sometimes face damage is not relevant at all in Arena. Right now it is, though. Right now, with Hunter and Mage dominating, this card would be really good. In the next meta, maybe face health won't be as relevant. But in this meta, this would be, honestly, a 6-star card. It's just so much survivability, ongoing survivability, and you get a decently stat 1 cost. So this is the craziest card we've seen in the set. It's cost 1. Yeah, they say it's an undead beast, which help trigger synergies. That's also true. 1 mana, 1/2's terrible stats. It's actually fine stats. It's just, sometimes you don't need this. A lot of times you don't need this. A lot of times it's stats to a 2/3. But yeah, I think this is just such a really decent upgrade. Just how often hero power is used in a game? More often than you'd think, but less than you'd hope. No, it's just a default response. I still think this is really, really good. But it won't be good every meta. It won't be insane every meta. But I think that's always just such a nice thing to have. It's so much survivability. This will make them so much stronger. They'll be extremely viable. Yeah, your hero power gains more value if you make it stronger. But anyway, there's even more crazy card coming up. If you haven't seen the Druid cards, there's even more crazy card coming up. Peaceful Piper. Choose 1, draw a beast, or discover 1. 5 stars. I mean, seriously. It's, 1 mana, discover a beast. There's a lot of good beasts, and there's a lot of decent beasts. I draft this most of the time. Discover's good, plus you get a body. And it's a furry body. It's even more fur. This is the furriest expansion ever. Glad we made that furry mode. But here's the crazy one. Here's the even crazier one. I don't have a 7th star, but... So it's, 2 mana, 2/1, which is a bad stat line. But your hero power gives 1 more attack this game. The whole game you get at least 2 attack, unless they silence, you get at least 3 attack. And that's if you play one of these. If you play more of these somehow, you're going to get like a 5 attack hero power, and it can never be stopped. There's bloody hellfire delete Druid. At least this is not a common, but yeah, this is going to be so frustrating. It's such a cheap card that gives you so much ongoing power. Yeah, if you play 2 of this, your hero power does 5 per turn. Exactly. This card is absolutely insane. I hope it has a really low draft rate, or Druid can be super busted. Savjz get banned, lose make a new creature type of furry. They're here. They're all over the place. Can't be stopped, water elemental, right? Harmonic Mood. Give a hero +2 attack this turn, gain 4 armor, swap each turn. I don't think I saved an image. I don't think I saved an image of the Harmonic Druid card, but it's just gotta be flipped, right? Nah, I saved one of the Priest card here. I don't think I saved one of the Druid card, but it should just be flipped to 4 attack, 2 armor, yeah? This is okay. The 4 attack, 2 armor is pretty darn good, but you only get on half the turns. I don't know if I want to call this a 4. Maybe a 3. Maybe it is a 4. Deal 4 for 2 mana is pretty good, but you have to take damage while doing it, but you gain 2 armor. Yeah, the Dissonant Mood is quite a bit stronger. I think I just want to call it a 3, but it's a pretty good 3. So it's 4 attack, 2 armor, which, yeah, for 2 mana is pretty darn good. But it might not be on the mode you want. It's like those old Worgen cards. It might not be on the mode you want when you want it. That could be a problem. Rhythm and Roots. Choose 1 secretly. We've only seen a few of these secretly cards in the history of the game. And this one's really strong. Really says 1. What? Really? 4 mana, summon 3 5/5s? even on Dormant, you think is a 1-star card? Space, this is too slow. I disagree. And it says 4 mana do nothing. I think 4 mana 15/15 in 2 turns is pretty insane still. I think this is too slow. I don't think it's too slow for 15/15. But yeah, I think the Giants can be too slow. I think that even though the Giants are 24/24, I think 4-turn Dormant is too slow, just like going to the Plague Lands with that 3-mana legendary. But I think summoning 3/5/5s in 2 turns is worth 4 mana. Now I would agree. I would agree that that this is too slow for a lot of druids that do want to win the game on like turn 6. But I think the huge stat line is gonna be super worth it. I see a lot of people unexcited with this card. Maybe it'll be worse than I think, but I think that only a 2-turn Dormant with a 4 mana 15/15 is pretty nuts. I'm going to the 5. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think 4 mana 15/15, even with 2-turn Dormancy, is absolutely insane. I'm going to 5. Maybe I'll be wrong. Especially if the mana is very aggressive. Spread the word. Draw 2 cards, cost 1 less for each attack your hero has. Well, if you have one of those cats, if you have one of those groovy cats or whatever that makes your hero power do 3 damage, this is going to get better. And now that's exactly it. That's exactly it. You know, you can hero power and draw 2 cards for 3 mana, but that requires your hero power. It's still the same as Arcane Intellect. But if you have that groovy cat, this gets a lot better. By default, I would certainly avoid this. More furry art. Well, I mean, this is the avian. I guess it's the featheries. The Tambourine. 4 mana 2/3. That's very unusual, right? Right? You know, they gave Druid the twig weapon before, but that had 0 attack. This is like a legit weapon. This is like a legit weapon, right? Pete says, chat strip it. This is a good card. I think it's a good card, too. Maybe so that 4-mana card just tells your opponent to smork. Maybe. But yeah, this is very unusual to give Druid a legit weapon. Death Rail, summon a 1/1 ancient. Play cards cost 5 more, will equip to improve. If you have a deck that doesn't have many cards that cost 5 or more, then I guess this would not work crazy well. It does take 3 turns to summon the 5/5, but if you can play, in the meantime, 2 cards, just 2 cards, not 3, cost 5 or more, this is just game winning. Just like the previous card, or there were 2 cards previously. I still think this is probably 5. If you have a deck that doesn't have any 5 or more cost cards, then it goes pretty down in value. You're still spending, you know, like a little over 1 mana for a 5/5, but it's delayed. I probably want to call it at least a 4. And then if you've got the relevant cards, probably a 5. Summerflower Child. Draw 2 cards that cost 6 or more. Oh, that helps this card work. 5 mana 4/5. It doesn't understand by 1/1. Draw 2 cards cost 6 or more. Finale, they cost 1 less. I mean, a slightly understated card that draws 2 cards as long as you have those cards. You may not have those cards. You may not have 2 cards in your deck that cost 6 or more. It'd be pretty common for this not to work. But if you have enough big cards in your deck, this honestly probably also goes all the way to 5. It's just a lot of draw power with only a slightly understated card. The finale is kind of a bonus. If you don't have the cards, it goes all the way down to, you know, 1 or 2 as a very understated 5. What does finale mean? It's above my head. Spend all your remaining mana. So you have to have 5 mana left when you play this. The Drum Circle. Summon 5 2/2 Treants, or give your minions 2/4 and taunt. Well, that's another reason not to leave minions up for Druid. Because if they got 3 minions up or so, and they can give all +2 +4 and taunt, or especially if they have more than 3 minions, that's a lot of stats. 2/2, a board full of 2/2s is pretty easy to kill. kind of expensive. This one I think feels a little too expensive to me. In most metas we've been in, I'm gonna call this a 3. Oh, not a 2. I meant a 3. I meant a 3. Yeah, Harry says 2. It could be down to a 2, but I'm gonna call this a 3. It's the base form is too weak to AoE, and the second form is a little expensive. If you're already that many minions ahead, I don't know if you even need this card. Could be a 2, but yeah, 3 also feels fair to me. I don't like this one as much as the other Druid cards we're seeing. Jacques. 7 6/6 understated. Summon 2 1/1 Quillbores with taunt. Oh, improved by a hero attack and armor gain this turn. So by default, it's like a you know, a low end 3, maybe a high end 2. But if you can, if you had one of those epics that give you extra armor, or I know. Wait. Actually, does anybody know? Wait, hold on. Maybe this card's better than I think. So I assume you gain attack on the Quillbore based on your attack gain, and health on the Quillbore gain on your armor. You don't gain both. If you just do a regular hero power, you don't get 3 3s, do you? You get 2 2s? Rep says yes. Okay, that's what I expected. It does work that way. That's what I would expect, just intuitively, and how they tend to make cards. Okay, so if you can hero power and play this for 9 mana, you get a 6/6 and 2 2/2s with taunt, which makes it like Cenarius-y, and Cenarius is not super great. But yeah, if you've got that thing that gives you extra attack, then you can make these into 3 4 2s. If you have a thing that gives armor, you can make these into, you know, 2 4s with taunt. So if you've got those hero power enhancing things, this can get quite a bit better. But by default, it's not that good. It's like a high end 2, low end 3. Not that good. And we're back to the 3 spirits. So yeah, the big takeaways from Druid are this card's pretty good, this card's pretty good, or this card's good, this card's insane, this card's okay, this card I think is good. This card's not great, this card's really good, this card looks good with the right deck, this card looks a little slow, but yeah, so Druid gets some insane stuff. Overall, looking pretty good for Druid, I think. Mage. Once says good morning. Good to see one. Hope you're doing well. We're doing the card review. We've got the neutrals down, the core down, and a little under half the classes. Synthesize. Add a random 1, 2, and 3 cost element to your hand. That's a lot of stuff for 1 mana. Rancis 5. Yeah, I think that's worth spending 1 mana on for a bunch of refill. And maybe you'll high roll some good ones. I don't know. I'm gonna call it a 5. Genuinely, that's so much refill for 1 mana. Hope you guys like value generators, right? The Cosmic Keyboard, the Cosmic Camel. 2 mana, 0/3. After you cast a spell, summon an elemental with stats equal to its cost. Lose 1 durability. Stats equal to its cost. This one, though, if you play a 3-cost spell, summons a 3/3. It was reminded of Medivh, with the Atish for this. Didn't that summon random minions of the cost? This summons a very distinct elemental. Yeah, Medievalist RNG, right. So if this summons, you know, when you cast a fireball, if this summons a 4/4, you have to spend 2 mana on the setup. You have to have the right spells. Yeah, coin for to have something instantly die. Yeah. I think current mages can do this very well. If you spend 2 mana on this, then you play Build a Snowman, and you get 2 3/3s, and you still have 2 more charges on this, that's pretty nuts. I think mages, you know, a lot of times they have Discover a spell. Satire 0, attack weapons for Mage and Priest. The previous ones have not been good for Arena, but this one seems really good for Arena. Unless they turn the spell offer rate to 0. Or the Discover offer rate to 0. I'm basically just, I think this is really easy to pull off and be very strong. So I'm basically saying, is it 4 or 5 star, right? If this costs 0 mana, it would be 5 star. You have to do the 2 mana up front. I think that's okay. I think I'm going to call it 5, actually, but if you, for some reason, don't have any spells in your mage, or at least the number of spells we're getting in current mages, that could get a lot worse. Infinitize the Maxitude, which has some really, really fun art with Milos Mana Storm. But there's a big but on this card, and it's not Milhouse's. The Discover a Spell for 2 mana is actually not great. Right now we have Ruined Orb, which is deal 2 damage, Discover a Spell as a common. And then, yeah, for now I return standard turn. For this, you have to do what you don't want to do. You have to end your turn with Discover a Spell. And you can only do it, you only get 1 repeat per turn. So, and you have to be able to spend exactly 2 mana on this card. So there's a lot of ifs on this card. You could potentially end up in the situation where this discovers 5 spells over 5 turns, which is pretty nuts. But you have to kind of already be controlling the game for that, and you have to have the right mana cost for that. I think this is going to be an avoid. But when you do it in the right game, it's going to be really cool and really, really powerful. But I think it's awkward enough that it's actually not very good by default. Rewind. And Mr. Troll says, the legendary staff of the Guardian of Azeroth, overshadowed by a sparkly keyboard. Yeah. So I think it's the gold and will look great on the Cosmic Keyboard, or maybe you mean the Infinitize the Maxitude. Rewind. Discover a copy of another spell you've cast this game. It's, again, the same. It's the same. So here's the thing. This one's weirder, right? So when you discover a spell, you could get bad spells offered. If you discover a copy of spell you've cast this game, it's a much more limited pool of cards, and they're probably really good. So I just said that, 2 mana discover a spell is not great, but 2 mana discover a spell you've already played, which could include some really, really good ones already, like Deathborn, or like, another Ruined Orb to discover another spell. This I actually think is really good, because you're discovering from a limited pool of spells, they're probably really good. So I think I'm going to call this a 5, honestly. Maybe it's a 4, but I think I'm going to call this a 5, because you're discovering from a very limited pool of probably very, very good spells. Yeah, Runa says you could get Infused Frozen Touch off this, for instance. Absolutely. The Audio Splitter. Death Rattle copy the highest cost spell in your hand. It's not even understated. So you play this, you get an extra Rune of the Archmage, and it's not even understated, and as a mech tag. That's at least a 4. It's value, and it's got an aggressive mech stat line. Yeah. It's a bad stat line if you don't have no spells to copy. The Hollow Technician. This used to be Hollow Mancer, right? So here's the Hollow Technician. He was a terrible card when he was a Hollow Mancer. But the Hollow Technician has a much better stat line. 3 mana, 3/4. After any minion takes exactly 1 damage destroyed. Oh, this is like 6. What? Oh, wait, hold on. Any, this includes yours. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I was not processing the word any. So yeah, so this lets you play it and then ping something to kill it. But then, if your opponent has pings, they can kill any of your stuff. Now, this is still pretty sweet. If your opponent has an 8/8, and if they have a 5/6, if they have a 5/6, and you play this, and you ping, and then they get to hero power and kill this, you still got more good than them. But if you have a bunch of minions on board, and your opponent can do 1 damage easily, then this is very iffy. Yeah, I don't always love these bi-directional effects, but I think I like this one well enough to still call it 4. As I said, assassinate with the 3/4. The problem is, though, because this stays on board. This staying on board is the problem. Because if you had assassinate with a 3/4, it's insane. But this says that if you've got a wide board, and they can do 1 damage with like a whirlwind, all your stuff dies. That doesn't happen when you play Assassinate. I still think I like this enough to call it a 4. But, yeah, 50's the thing about this with Shooting Star, Bunker Sergeant, yeah. This is this with like Arcane Explosion, but Arcane Explosion's not in core, is it? But anything like Arcane Explosion, yeah. K2 says Shooting Stars, yeah, Shooting Stars. Bunker Sergeant when it's in, although Bunker's actually rotating out, right? But it could be an arena meta. But anything like that. The trouble is that you can't play this. You can't play this when you're ahead because your opponent could kill all your stuff. Is it cosmetic abuse to be thrown out windows? Yeah, I'm glad this is an epic, I think, instead of like a common. Light Show. This one seems to be more of a constructed thing, but you could do it with that rewind card. Shoot 2 beams at enemies that do 2 damage. That could hit face. Shoot 1 more for each light show you've cast this game. So if you can, light show and then rewind and get another light show, if your 3-mana card happens to be the highest cost spell in your hand, you can get 2 light shows off the audio splitter. Your light shows get better and better. Oh, Spaces, actually, this is not random. Oh, this is one of the multi-targets like Dr. Boom. Oh, which means if your opponent has 6 health left, you can, this is the second light show, you can go boom, 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 6 damage to face for 3 mana. Okay, so I was gonna evaluate this card very differently, thinking this was random. The fact it's a Dr. Boom targeting, okay, that's relevant. That's super relevant. In fact, it's so relevant that I was going to say because this can randomly go face, and it's a rare and it's kind of difficult to get more copies of, I don't like it very much. I'm going to rate it a 2. But because it's targeted, actually I would call it quite good. Quite good. Probably 4-star good. Probably 4-star good. And if you have the ability to cast extra ones, then it gets really, really, really good. Is it not Dr. Boom? Yeah, you're right. I mean Sneed. I had the wrong goblin. Here's another soloist, which means it's gonna say you have to have no minions. 4-mana 2/4, very understated. If you have no other minions, summon 2 1/2 amps with +1 spell damage. So if you already have in your hand, it's like when you polymorph jellyfish your own minion. If you already have in your hand Infused Frozen Touch, Arcane Bolt, this lets you finish the game. But if you're not doing that, you have to be behind, and the amps aren't that hard to kill. I think I'm only going to call this a 3, but maybe it's better than I think. It is multiple bodies, and the opponent does want to kill the amps. Maybe I'll call it 4. Yeah, Jellyfish is super spell power, yep, just like jellyfishing your own minion. Because what do the beams do? Why is it only affect enemies that... Yeah, why is it only affect enemies that deal 2 damage? Shoot 2 beams at enemies that deal 2 damage, right? That's a very specific thing. Turn the volume up. I like the name. Draw 3 spells. Finale, discover a copy of one. Now, you might not have 3 spells left in your deck by the time you draw this. A lot of mage decks have, 5 spells, maybe even 7 spells. But if you have 5 spells and you've already drawn 3, this gets a lot worse. I think the possibility of drawing this late game is high enough that I don't like it. Plus 4 mana is pretty expensive. The finale is neat, and it can work with that light show. But I think this one is difficult. Now, if your deck already has 7 spells, then maybe you can do this. But I think it's kind of expensive. I think it's a little hard to do. I don't like this one personally. I think I'm going to call it 2, maybe even 1. 1's a little harsh. I'm going to call it a 2. I think this one's too awkward, too expensive. DJ Mana Storm, just you wait till he has 10 mana. I think it's more of a constructive thing too. 10 mana, 8/8, understated. Set the cost of spells in your hand to 0. After you cast 1, the others cost 1 more. So if you're already holding a rune, a Drake Fire, and whatever, this is insane. You actually only need to be holding like 1 good spell for this to be worth it, though, right? If you can drop the 10 mana 8/8 and cast a Fireball for 0, that's fine. We'll go with Met. Says, what does finale mean? It's above my head. Spend all your remaining mana. So you have to, if it costs 4, you have to spend exactly 4 mana. As your last 4 mana. Yeah, you only have to have 1 good spell in hand for this to be really good. If you have no good spells in hand, this is terrible. Does finale work on a 0-cost spell? It should. I believe it does, but I think there might be a priest card that does that. You do have to have a spell in hand. This is even if it's a top deck, at least you get an 8/8. I think this is really good. Typically, I'm gonna call it a 5. Move along. All right, we're done with Mage. Move on to Paladin. The Disco Mall. Let's play more Disco Elysium. 2 mana 2/2, which is not great for a weapon, but the Death Rattle is give a random for the minion +1/+1, and play minions while equipped to improve. So, of course, you're playing a lot of minions in Arena. So, you equip this on turn 2, maybe you equip it on turn 4 and play a 2-cost minion. But let's say you equip it on turn 2, you do swing it, because you have to kill someone of theirs. Then on turn 3, you play a minion, and let's say immediately you swing at another enemy. Then their 3 mana 3/4 becomes a 3 mana 5/6, which is already pretty incredible. The David gifts a sub to Mitch. Gifts a sub for learning about Finale. I think it's the first sub of the day. Here, I think we can cut over here, no problem. First sub of the day.
This is where the fun begins.
Very, very appreciated. Alright. Now I have to get back to the stage. Congrats to Met on getting the gifted sub. This one's saying she's literally curving out minions, just play right, and you can delay, right? If you don't need to swing the second, if you got like the 2/1, you don't need to swing. You could keep playing minions until it's give a random for the minion, you know, +5/+5, +6/+6, and you can even swing before they attack, right? So yeah, I think this one is strong enough and controllable enough that maybe I will give this one 6. I think we've only given 2 or 3 cards 6 in this expansion. Of course, it's 4. I think this is definitely at least a 5. It rewards what you want to do in Arena anyway, and it's controllable. I think it's a 5, and quite possibly a 6. I think this is really, really, really good in Arena. The Spotlight. Tradable. There's another tradable. Convert a friendly Divine Shield into a 5/5 elemental. So, I mean, this can be absolutely insane, right? If you can drop that, like, 1 mana 1/1 taunt Divine Shield and play this on turn 3, you get a 1/1 and a 5/5 on turn 3, which is crazy go nuts. So if you have any way to play, there's the 1 mana 1/1 Divine Shielded mech too, right? If you have any super cheap Divine Shield minions, yeah, one says like an Oiltron, yeah. If you have any super cheap Divine Shield minions, this is crazy. But a Divine Shield on like a big minion, you know, sometimes you just want to hit an enemy minion with that anyway. So this one is kind of specific. The fact it's tradable is super nice, because it means that if you don't get your cheap Divine Shields you happen to have in your deck, you can just trade it off for 1 mana and draw someone else. But this is deck specific. This is if you don't have access to cheap Divine Shields, this is bad. So it starts off at very much avoid or even don't draft. But if you have, you know, 2 cheap Divine Shields, because this is tradable, I think it becomes very draftable very quickly. I'm gonna call it a 4, honestly, because I think it's just too insane when you pull it off, especially early in the game. But maybe it's too conditional. If it being so conditional, though, I'm glad it's tradable. This is the type of thing tradable's meant for, right? These techie cards that you might whiff on. Boogie down. Bow, bow, bow. Summon 2 1-cost minions from your deck. Finale, give them taunt. Which kind of works with, you know, the 1-cost minions I'm talking about with this. But it's too often that you just don't have 1-cost minions in your deck, in Arena. If you happen to have 5 1-cost minions in your deck, then this is kind of okay. It thins your deck, and it summons some reasonable stuff. But yeah, this seems like more of a constructed card. I would certainly not draft this 98% of the time. The Funk Fin, 6 stars. Don't have to read the text. I like the Saturday Night Murloc. 3 mana 2/2 Divine Shield. Your minions with Divine Shield have +2 attack. So you want a 2-mana 2/2 Divine Shield. The 50% cost increase makes this pretty iffy, too specific, and it's not as you need to have a lot of synergy to make this particularly good compared to, say, the Spotlight. I think this is a don't draft, honestly. Does it count itself? Oh, you know what? You're right. You know what? You're right. It does count itself. It does count itself. It's actually a 3-mana 4/2, which is a world of difference. It doesn't say your other minions, which was my assumption. Fix this. This is good. I did not think about it buffing itself, which switches it from a 2-star card to a... I think it's still a 3-star card. I think it's still a 3-star card. Oh, wait, hold on, wait. Yeah, wait. Once the Divine Shield pops, then it is a 2/2. Still low in 3. Low in 3. The Starlight Groove. Give your hero Divine Shield. For the rest of the game, playing a holy spell refreshes it. With weapons, this can be relevant. Even without weapons, it's pretty cool. If your opponent has like an 8/8 and they're not a ping class, them not being able to kill you with the 8/8 is pretty cool. But this is not worth paying a card for in Arena. So it's a cool card. I like the art. But it's not worth a card in Arena. So you shouldn't draft this. You gotta shine a spotlight on yourself, as we always should. But yeah, this is really cool. This is really cool. Yeah, this is heroes with Divine Shield. It's really cool. Does Funky Mark say all characters or minions? It does say minions, yeah, so that wouldn't give you hero attack, but it's kind of funny. Rand thinks it's gonna be insane in standard. Very, very, very well could be, but yeah, not an Arena card. The Jitterbug. 4-mana 4/3 Divine Shield. There's more Divine Shield. After your friendly character loses Divine Shield, draw a card, which includes this one, just like the Murloc. So this one I like. You're losing 2 health to gain Divine Shield and a card draw. And if you have other Divine Shields already on board, you can draw a lot of cards. So I'd say it starts at 4, and then the more Divine Shield stuff you have in deck, it could get up to 5 pretty quickly. The Harmonic Disco. Discover a 5-cost minion. Summon it with +1/+1. Swaps each turn. Discover makes this very relevant. You have to try pretty hard to whiff, especially with the +1/+1. So I already like this quite a bit. Call it a 4, maybe even a 5 with the Discover. Although you don't get battle cries, right? You don't get battle cries, so maybe I'd still lean towards 4. And then the opposite is Discover. I do have an image of it, I believe. Discover a 1-cost minion. Summon it with +5/+5. Which is more vulnerable to silence. But it would still be worth 5 mana most of the time. So, yeah. Because you don't get battle cries, you could whiff this. But I think it's pretty cool. And +1/+1 on the 5 type thing. Yeah, this seems like a 5-mana card, kind of worth 6 mana. Could even lean towards 5, but how good does 5 mana 6/7 do nothing nowadays? I think it's still a 4-star card, personally. So yeah, it could even be 5, maybe. We'll have to see it in action a little bit, but I bet it's a 4-star card. Oh shoot, I turned off Paladin completely. Where's Paladin? Paladin. Kangor, the Dancing King. 5 mana, 3/3 lifesteal. Death Rattle, swap this minion from your hand and give it lifesteal. So this can cheat out an expensive minion and give it lifesteal. for cheap, but you do have to play a 5-mana 3/3 in the first place. You discover this 5-cost card. That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, Galaxy's big paladin. Yeah, this, yeah, the more big minions you have in hand, the better this gets for sure. Yeah, Shai says, I like this one, but it's pretty weak straight up. It's a better version of Alarmobot, but also, that's Alarmobot for sure. Can't use it returns to your hand. Yeah, but you have to spend 5 mana to replay it, right? And your opponent has to kill it again. I think this is, yeah, too slow and too random to be super great. It's kind of cool. I think it's still a void, but I won't go all the way down to 1 star. Yeah, functional set can kill your battle cries too. Yeah, which could be a big problem. That reminds you of that Warlock Legendary Lady. The Lead Dancer. 6 mana 4/2. Death draw summon a minion from your deck with less attack than this minion. A lot of times you'll just get like a 2 mana 2/3. Does thin your deck a little. It's kind of like Showstopper, but delayed and more expensive. Probably another 2. I don't think it goes. Yeah, some people are saying 1. I don't think it goes quite to 1, but I think it's pretty a void for sure. Could be 1.5. They know Troop. Taunt, Divine Shield, Death Rattle, summon 3/1/2 mechs with Taunt and Divine Shield. Very, 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 it has all these Divine Shield synergies. We've seen some Divine Shield synergy cards. It is very expensive, and it's Omega vulnerable to silence. Omega vulnerable to silence, but it really does protect your other stuff and slow the opponent down. It's so vulnerable to silence, though. Yeah, Void Lord's Paladin. But it's so vulnerable to silence. Yeah, Tri says, you can do this with Kangor, since it's a death rattle and not a battle cry. Yeah. Oh, it's so vulnerable to silence. Even so, it's super annoying to get through. I don't know if I want to go to 5, but I think this much defense for 9 mana and this much awkwardness with all Divine Shields is worthwhile. Alright, but yeah, Disco Mall's a real winner. Jitterbug's a pretty big winner. Harmonic Disco, I think, is good. Yeah. Just the fact that this is a common could be a big win for Paladin. What? Oh no, wait. These are cards from the last set. We could review them again, but apparently I didn't update Priest to be the new set. Let me fix that. Let me fix that as quickly as I can. All right. Hey, so when's the set going live? 2 Tuesdays from now, on the 11th. All right. Next up, yeah. All right. Wonder if this Bubble Paladin stuff could be good for Baron OTK. Baron OTK, you got combos on it, what we're talking about. Fix it, I don't understand the hype of them all. Realistic, how many minions you're gonna play? Much worse than Mutex to you. Mutex, I think, is like one of the top 5 cards in the meta right now, though. So it could be a fair bit worse than Mutex and still be a really good card, I think. Woodcutter X's comparison, I think it's quite a bit better than Woodcutter's X. All right, Fan Club. 1 mana, 2 durability, location. Restore 3 health to all friendly characters, including your face. Restore 3 health to all friendly characters is worth about 1 mana. This lets you do it twice. This is gonna be relevant with the overheal cards we've seen in core and the overheal cards we're gonna see. But sometimes you just can't really take advantage of this. I think I'm still leaning a void here. The location cards are actually, are all these cards a little too big? What happened to Priest? What happened to Priest? Hold on. The Priest was showing old cards and the And the size of it is wrong. Hold on, sorry. That's better. That's better. I mean, Fan Club's still too big, but now the other cards are fine. Yeah, so Fan Club, I think I'm still gonna call it an avoid. Sometimes this just doesn't work out for you. Sometimes your minions don't go to the right health value. Idol's Adoration. Your hero power costs 0. After you use it, lose 1 durability. Get 2 0 cost hero powers, but you have to use a card to do it. Again, it's gonna work with these overheal cards we're gonna see. This one might be more relevant than I think, but with my current thinking, I would still call it a, I mean, right now I'd call it a don't draft. I think with some of the overheal stuff we're gonna see, it will become more of a 2, maybe even a 3, but let's look. I don't know all the priest cards. The Dreamboat, 2 mana, 1/2, very understated. Restore 3 health to all other friendly minions. Gain +1/+1 for each one overhealed. Overheal is above my head. Heal above max health trigger. So this can gain up to +3/+3 if it overheals all 3 minions. Or if it heal, no, sorry. It could gain up to +6/+6, but you'd have to have a bunch of small minions. Try compares to Traveling Merchant. Yeah, not tradable. Costs less mana. That is a decent way to think about it, though. No, that's a pretty decent way to think about it. I think Tri-Sig Traveling Merchant makes me more forgiving of this, for sure. Because either you've got a bunch of undamaged minions, and this becomes a very overstat for its cost minion, or you have a bunch of damaged minions, and healing them for 3 is worth not getting the buff. We was called Light Shall Burn You on turn 2. Yeah. Thank you. Try to market more like Frostwolf Warlord. That was much more expensive at 5 mana. So it seems pretty garbage after you have a wide board as priest. Not an insignificant number of times. Now, but I really like Traveling Merchant. Yeah, you only have to overheal 1 minion for this to be decent. If you can overheal 2 or more, I'm gonna call it a 4. I'm gonna say this is good because I love Traveling Merchant. I'm gonna call it a 4. Some people are saying 2. I'm thinking you gotta be wrong, but maybe I'll be wrong. The trouble is you can't play it on curve. That's the biggest trouble, right? That's the same trouble with Traveling Merchant. Power Chord Synchronize. Choose a minion. Add a copy of it to your hand. Finale, give both +1/+2. I have to reread this. Choose me a copy of it to your hand for 2 mana. There was a card that did that called Convert, right? Although it was enemy minions. Finale, you do a buff, and you get a hand buff to the copy. Occasionally this will be too slow, but between the buff and the possible hand buff, and copying some of your strongest cards, I think this will be highly draftable. I'm going to call it another 4. I think the slight buff alongside the value is super worth it. The Heartthrob, an undead Heartthrob. 3 mana, 2/5. Not the best stat line, but it works. Overheal, summon a random minion with cost equal to the amount overhealed. So if you drop this on 5, you can summon a 3 mana, 2/5, and a 2/2. And this also, like I said, combos with cards like the Dreamboat. That if you played that and you played this, then you could get this as a 2/3 and get that summoning an extra 3/3. So the more healing synergy you have, the better this gets. It's not a terrible stat line. Despite being a 3 mana 2/5, I think I'm gonna call this another 4 because I think it's it kind of has soft taunt in terms of it can give you ongoing value and it's hard to kill. So I'm gonna call it another 4. I think honestly, maybe I'm giving it 2. Yeah, the location could work on that. That's true. Love Everlasting, a 3 mana legendary spell with the boy band. Your first spell each turn costs 2 less. Lasts until you don't play a spell on your turn. This is much more of a constructed card. It's very easy to run out of spells in Arena, and you have to spend 3 mana up front to get these discounts. This is a constructed card. Don't draft that 99% of the time. Troll makes comparisons. Shadow Chord instead of Shadow Word. Shadow Chord Distort. Give me -5/-5. We have 0 attack, destroy it. Which is interesting because, you know, if you did -5/-5 and it went below 0 health, you would kill it anyway. But if you do this on like a 4/10 taunt, there's an extra condition here to destroy it. Because they hate this card. This card's amazing. This card's amazing. Yeah, a 4/12 dragon. Yeah, Panama compares this to the light it burns. But this is more versatile. This is more versatile. And yeah, light it burns is so good anyway, right? Sleepy Dragons hate this one simple trick. Yeah. There's some other stuff out there. There's some, you know. Well, there's that neutral. There's that neutral, like, 6/12 taunt, right? So this wouldn't kill that, but it would put it to 1 attack. Priest no weak to 4 attack minions. Yeah, that's a meme, but a lot of things Priest can do. Goes anything flavorless stack, regardless of health. Yeah. Yeah, like the 2/10 frost taunt. Yeah, that type of thing. Yeah, maybe it's not a 6, but, you know, I think it's a 5-star removal. It kills a very large portion of things, and even the things it can't kill, it can severely weaken, right? If the opponent is an 8/8, you can make the 8/8 into a 3/3 and vastly reduce its threat value, at least. Fight over me! I'm a little surprised they would make this a card, to be honest. The pop star making 2 young women fight over them. I don't know. I'm a little surprised they made this a card. But what's it actually do? Choose 2 enemy minions, they fight. Add copies of any that die to your hand. Oh. And you choose 2 enemy minions. So they don't have to be adjacent. They could have, you know, an 8/8 over here, an 8 over here. Boom. Skips is not as good as Hysteria. Yeah, but it's controllable. It's controllable like the Dr. Boom stuff. So the fact you choose them instead of being random is super relevant. This is... Oh, yeah, you can get this off Geist with Shadow. I thought you were saying you could use it on a Geist to make the 3/1 Geist fight something else with 3 health and get copies of both. So this is value and removal, but it is conditional. I think I'm actually going to call it 4, not 5, because I think there's going to be enough situations where the opponent has like 2 5/6s, and you're like, I can hit them both down to 5/1, but then they kill me. So I think there's going to be enough awkward situations to not call this a 5, but when you pull it off, it's going to be big, and you're going to pull it off the majority of the time. Better Super Collider with only 1 charge. Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's better than the Super Collider in a lot of ways, right? It costs less mana. You don't have to hit something. You don't have to take damage to your face while you're using it. They don't have to be adjacent. But like you said, it is 1 charge instead of 3. The Heartbreaker Adonis. Adonis is the pre-order hero for Priest right now. Battlecry, deal 4 damage to this minion. Overheal, deal 5 damage from enemy. So it's a 4-mana 4/4. And if you can heal it above 8, then it starts doing a Dragonbane effect. Which if you got that location, or if you have that Naga, becomes a lot easier. But it's not trivial to do at all. This seems a little too hard to pull off, typically. Typically a little hard to pull off. If you have a deck that structures around it, then maybe. But by default, it's 4-mana 4/4. This feels like more of a constructed thing. I would say this would be at least an avoid, bordering down to 1. They're the legendaries. They're almost always going to be better than this. Almost always. Unless you have tons of healing. Hey, it's the guy in there. Yeah, it's the pre-order here. It's the pre-order here. So here's Harmonic Pop. Oh, wait, actually, wait, how many do we have to go? Okay, this is the last one. We have to take another break after this. Probably the last break. Oh, and actually, we still have 5 classes to go. Holy cow. Because I hate this card. Yeah, deal 3 damage to all minions, summon a 6/6 pop star. Yeah, this card's insane, right? It does hit your side of the board, but you're getting 1 less health than a Boulder Fist Ogre, and you're getting a Hellfire AoE on it. And then the flip side is deal 6 damage to all minions, and you get a 3/3 at the end. And, you know, deal 6 damage to all minions, like, clears. If you want to see the image of the Discordant, then it's there. Then it's there is the Discordant. But yeah, this card's nuts. It's good AoEs attached to good minions. So I think this is, you know, it's still on like the 4th or 5th card in the set that, you know, you start to apply the 6 star because it seems way stronger than we get out of this type of card typically. So yeah, that's interesting. It's a rare, not a common at least, but it's gotta be on Discover a Spell. Oops. Oh yeah, so that's the last priest card. We gotta take a 3-minute break. We've been streaming for over 3 hours. There's a lot of cards to get through. 145 in this set. Plus we looked at the core cards for an hour. Alright, we still have Shaman, Warlock, Warrior, Rogue, and Hunter to go. There's still like 50 cards to go. We're getting there. How you playing arena after? We'll do 1 run. Maybe 2 runs, but probably just 1 run. This review will get counted over Priest's expansion. Anything 5 attack, wide board with 6 superior 6 health, 2 minions with a with attack higher than health. Double cards with Priest. So yeah, Metal Mania, each time you play a minion this turn and a random shaman spell your hand, I was saying this is much better than the opposite. Much better than the opposite. It's 0 mana like that priest thing. So it's pretty easy to get 2 or 3 random shaman spells out of this, but not every shaman spell is good. I would still say that you know, like worst case scenario, this is put a random shaman spell in your deck, and then you can get 2 random shaman spells for 1 card often, which is, you know, a good exchange. I think I'm still only gonna call it 3. If you have a bunch of cheap minions, you can maybe get, you know, 3 random spells out of it, which is pretty darn good. I see some people in chat saying 5, 6. I don't know about that. You need to have a lot of cheap minions for that. But, yeah, maybe it's 4. Maybe it's 3. The Saxophone Solo. So this card's interesting because this, you know, doesn't seem to work very well in Constructed, I think. But it could work well in Arena. Very nice with, like, Piranhas. If you have the Schooling, Schooling's a rare card, but if you have it, great. If you have it. It's on code right. So if you control no other minions, add another Saxophone Soloist to your hand. So anytime your board is clear, you can start with a 1/2. And incidentally, you could try to start a Melomania with it. This going common? I thought it was a rare, but, you know, fix it, I'll get this card. I'm not sure if I get for, like, Constructed necessarily. It says this card costs some mana. It does, but it does give you over and over and over again a small start to your board. You know, I want to call it decent. Maybe it's a void, but I want to call it decent. Always having the option to start your board with a small minion. It's interesting to me. I'm gonna call it decent. The Flow Rider, 2 mana, 3/2, Battlecry. If you're Overlord, discover a spell from your deck. There's a lot of Overlord cards out there. It's decent by its own because it's a 2 mana, 3/2 Naga. If you can get the Battlecry, then it becomes better. Quite a bit better. Very draftable. The Chill Vibes, restore 8 health. Finale, summon a 3/3 elemental with taunt. So you restore 8 health, and as long as you can spend it as your last 3 mana, you get a 3/3, which is only missing 1 health versus a regular 3 mana card. Restore health's pretty good, especially right now, at least in this meta against Hunter and Mage. Right now, I'd be very happy to draft this card. I don't know about next meta. You can heal minions with this in addition to your face. I think it's certainly worthwhile, but the finale lack of reliability, I think, stops it from moving to a 4-star card for me. If it did both. If it did both, I'd like it a lot. Yeah, Space's Anti-Keelbot, which cost 5. This is 3, but it's conditional. And this one can heal minions, which Anti-Keelbot can only heal your face. The Jazz Base. Death Rattle, your next spell costs 1 less. Overload will equip to improve. So it's a 3-mana 2/2 weapon, which is not very good as a stat line for a weapon. And yeah, you have to have quite a bit of overload. Yeah, 1 discount on a spell, which kind of makes it a 2/2 weapon. It's like a high 2 or a low 3. The more overload you have, the better it gets. But I don't love this one. Alright. The Brass Elemental. 4 mana, 3/3. Rush. Incidentally, this card looks like AI art. Just with some of the way the brass on the chest looks a little smudgy, and how the horn on the forearm here looks a little smudgy. It looks like a lot of AI art I've seen and done, where you take a shape that already exists for the body and you say, okay, prompt, covered in brass, covered in trumpets, covered in tubas. The little bit of smudginess to the art makes it look like an AI prompt. Does improve the death throw effect. Right, so it would give more of a spell discount if you played Overload cards. But yeah, Rush, Divine Shield, Taunt, and Wind Fury. The Divine Shield plus Rush makes this quite good, plus the Wind Fury. Yeah, you could kill like a 3/3 and a 2/3 with this and stick around as a 3/1 Wind Fury. I'd say this is pretty darn good. I don't know if it's 5, but I would certainly call it at least a 4. This is like a Dark Fallen, this is like the Dark Fallen 3/3 Rush. Except this keeps Wind Fury and Taunt, and if you hit a 1/3, you could stay at 3/2 instead of dying, because your second half is always 3/1 on that one. Yeah, I think the Wind Fury and Taunt make it better than that. Plus, you don't have to wait till 6 mana. So I think all of that combined makes it at least a 4. Could be really, really nice. The Altered Chord. Lifesteal. Deal 5 damage to a minion for 5 mana, which is less damage than you expect for 5 mana, but you do get the Lifesteal. Costs 3 less if you're Overload. Okay, so yeah, if you are Overload, you can do 2 mana, 5 damage to minion Lifesteal. That's really good. So the more lifesteal you get, the crazier this gets. Even as a 10 health swing, it's kind of okay without the Overload. So I would say this starts at, I mean, it's still like a 2 or a low 3. But the more Overload you have, it becomes very quickly a 4, maybe even 5-star card. Because if you should Overload for 1, you can play this for 2 mana. That's pretty crazy. Inza, which they also sold as a playable hero skin. 5 mana, 5/5, missing 1 health. For the rest of the game, your cards with Overload cost 1 less. It's understated, so by default, you kind of want to avoid it, but the more Overload cards you have, the better it gets. It still doesn't seem super relevant in Arena. It's vaguely draftable, but the other legendaries are pretty likely to be better. The Jive Insect, on the other hand, is very interesting. So for 5 mana, you Overload 2, which has some Overload synergies, and you can transform a totem even into Ragnaros the Fire Lord, 8/8, deal 8 damage to a random minion at the end of your turn. Ragnaros is still pretty good. This is Ragnaros on a discount, especially if you had a minion around on the previous turn. And you can discover this as a spell, or you could discover this especially as this get a random fire spell type thing off the scroll. Although it will hit other fire spells too. So, yeah, I'd say Summon in Ragnaros for 5 mana, even with Overload 2, was super, super good. I'd call this a 5. It was the flames and so works enemy minions, which honestly, you know, if your opponent has a taunt, and you have lethal, if they don't have a taunt, you could turn your opponent into Ragnaros the Fire Lord and kill him. Absolutely. Absolutely, it's true. It's also very Lion King art with the shadow and the shadow and the furry. Pack the house. Summon a random 6, 5, 4, and 3 cost minion. Overload 2. That's a lot of minions for 7 mana. This is this 6? That's a lot of minions for 7 mana, and it could have Overload synergy. It's a lot. You know, we saw that mage card. You know, 1 mana add a 1, 2, and 3 cost elemental to your hand or something. This summons directly aboard a 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, maybe they'll be low statted, but this seems a lot better than that 5 mana summon 2/2 versions of 5 mana cards, except with Evolution, maybe, which was kind of the point of that card to a degree. But yeah, this seems crazy. Yeah, this is 7 mana Scourge. Yeah. Good, decent comparison. All right, there's the Shaman cards. Not too bad. Not too bad. You know, this being a common. Pack the House being a common is a big deal. Warlock, during your turn, your hero's immune. Lets you life tap without taking damage. Plus, it's a 1 mana 1/3, which is the Dire Mole stat line. That's the stat line you want for 1 mana. Plus, it has demon synergy possibilities. I'd call that better than average. This is better than Immortal Stones. The Paladin one? Yeah, I mean, the Paladin one summons a 1-cost taunt, a bad 1-cost taunt, a bad 3-cost taunt, and a bad, 5-cost taunt. That summoned 4 minions. Yeah, no, if you need taunt, then the Paladin one's good, but I'd say that despite the overload, the Shaman's one's usually better. Usually, unless you really need taunt. The Baritone Imp. Damo is a good card. It's the baseline. Baritone Imp, 2 mana, 2/2. Battlecry, take fatigue damage, gain that much attack and health. So, because health is often not relevant in Arena, this is really good. I mean, honestly. Yeah, 2 mana, 3/3 at the minimum, exactly. And there's some other fatigue synergy cards here coming up, right? But I don't know all of them. But just playing a 2 mana, 3/3 by default is really very good. So yeah. It starts really good, and it could get even better. Because it doesn't even buff your hand +2/+1. Wait, which card are you referring to? I'm missing your reference here. I mean, so if you have a 2 or 3 amp, it's really good. Oh, you mean if you have 2 or 3 of these? Oh, the dormant. Oh, the scrap imp. Yeah, okay. Failstring Harp. Whenever your hero would take damage on your turn, restore 2 health instead and lose 1 durability. I mean, this is intended to work with this self-fatigue stuff, but I don't think it's worth a card in Arena. I don't think this is worth a card in Arena much at all, so I would call this a 1. I think you're kind of wasting a card. Crescendo. Take fatigue damage, deal much damage to all enemies. So the trouble with this one is you need to have these other synergy cards already, right? This starts as 3 mana, deal 1 damage to all enemies, which is not good. You need to have at least 1 other fatigue synergy card played for this to be good. Now you only have to play 1. You only have to play 1 for it to be good. And if you can play more, then this becomes very good. But you need the synergy. Right, this isn't the harp card, potentially 12 damage difference from tapping. I don't care. I really don't think I want to spend 2 mana on this. Demonic Dynamics. Discover 2 demons. Finale, give them a hand buff. Demons have very wide stat lines. But there's some legendary demons and stuff, yeah. You can get Mal'Ganis if you need him late game. I'm gonna call us 4. Drax, I don't think Draxus counts anymore. Draxus doesn't count anymore. He would count in Classic, but he doesn't count anymore in Constructed, does he? It's family or it sucks. The Crazed Conductor. Battle Cry, take fatigue damage, right, which, you know, has relevance with the crescendo synergy type thing. And the amp thing. Some of that many 3/3 amps, right. So these cards, this stuff, I don't know, well, it works in Constructed, but it seems like it'll work out pretty well in Arena. Because it's not like you need to activate these things a bunch of times like the Demon Hunter Relics. Just activating them once or twice is still very relevant. This is a 5 mana 4/5, which is only 1/1 understat, and you get a 3/3, which is pretty nuts. So, yeah, this is another really, really good one. If you've already done the other fatigue stuff, it becomes absolutely busted. If you control no other minions, deal 3 damage to all enemy minions, Opera Soloist, and it's only missing 1 attack versus a standard 5. If you had other minions and you have to put this down as a 5 mana 4/6, that's fine. So, honestly, I'm gonna really call this a 5, because if you don't control minions, it gets you back on board. If you do control other minions, it's fine. Rin, the orchestrator of Dome, Rin's back. And she's, like, younger. Taunt, Death Rail, both players draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards, destroy the top 2 cards of their deck. The discard 2 cards is slightly interesting, but usually drawing cards is more relevant for your opponent than you as Warlock. And so this effect could help your opponent more and hurt them, depending on what the discards are. It's not a very good stat line. So at least in... I don't even know what this is supposed to be doing in Constructed, necessarily. But in Arena, it's a little understat, and the effect just doesn't seem very relevant. I'll certainly avoid it, I would say. The Dirge of Despair. Deal 3 damage to a character. If it kills it, summon a random demon from your deck. You might have very small demons in Arena. This is deck dependent, but by default, I would probably say this is kind of awkward. If you have a bunch of 5-cost demons in your deck and you don't have cheap demons in your deck, then fine. But by default, this one's a bit too conditional. More of a constructed card, maybe. The Symphony of Sins. Oh, geez, we gotta... This one is I think I have it set up, but it's difficult to discuss. So you discover and play a movement, and you shuffle the other 6 into your deck, and yeah, it's based on the 7 Deadly Sins. So this costs 6 mana up front, and it does play it automatically, so let's bring up the movements. This is the hardest one to talk about. Let's see, so here it is. So one of the... Now, when it says discover, I assume 3 out of the 7 pop-ups. So you won't get to choose from all of them to start with. But so, you get... Deal 6 damage to the enemy here with lifesteal, so it's a 12-point swing if you've taken 6 damage. But not necessarily the best if the game is not close to finished. You remove the top 6 cards from your opponent deck, so I guess this could be doing stuff with Rin for milling, but very non-relevant in Arena most of the time. Give a random minion in your hand, deck, and battlefield +6/+6. So this one could be very, very good in Arena, if you have a minion on board, at least, to get the 6/6 buff. Draw 6 cards. This could be very good, unless you already have, like, 6 or 7 cards. Draw your highest cost minion, reduces cost by 6. So if you have 8 mana, and you play the Movement of Sin thing, and you draw an 8-cost card, and it costs 2, and you can play it that turn, and you shuffle these other ones in your deck, that could be good. Summon a 6/6 demon with taunt and reborn. Just got Rifadu there, and I should have turned those off. Summon a 6/6 demon with taunt and reborn for the 6 mana is pretty okay. Pretty okay. Deal 6 damage to all characters could be super relevant. It does hit your own face. It does hit your own face. And that's all the movements. So they're all interesting, stats, and they're all very, 6-based, of course, because it's the Sin. The Sin synergy, a couple of them are not that relevant, but a lot of them are quite good. Sometimes they won't work out. But yeah. They cost 3 mana for these kind of 6 mana effects. It's pretty cool. Some people are saying 5-star. Some of the effects are bi-directional enough that I have some concerns, but it is cool. I don't know if I can call it 5. I can call it 4. I can call it 4. But yeah, some of the effects are a little bit awkward enough. I don't know if I can call it 5, but it's pretty cool. Now back to the Void Virtuoso. Alright. Warrior. After you gain armor, gain 2 more. So if you hero power, you could gain 4 armor as long as this is alive. It's a 1-mana 1/3, so it's a 1-mana 1/3 with an upside. I think the upside is minor enough, unless you have other armor synergy cards, to not even really be worth an extra star over a Dire Maul necessarily. But call it a 3, a high 3 maybe. Draw a card, repeat for each minion type you control. So by default, it's 2 mana draw a different card, which is terrible. But if you have 2 minion types on board, it's 2 mana draw 3 cards, which is pretty good. And that won't be too uncommon, really. So, I would at least call us decent. It's pretty easy to draw 2 cards off for 2 mana. It's not that difficult to draw 3 cards for 2 mana. So, this could actually be pretty good. Depends on your deck, how many cards have tribes versus nothing. But, yeah, I think it's pretty good. Here's the Verse Riff. 2 mana, give your hero +2 attack this turn, gain 2 armor. Finale, play your last Rift. So here's the Riff stuff that people are making fun of in Constructed. In Arena, maybe it'll be better than Constructed, but it could be like the Demon Hunter Relics. The Demon Hunter Relics didn't work in Arena because it was too difficult to get more than like 1 or 2 offered to you. Could have the same trouble here. This is another pretty furry card, by the way. Pretty safe for working with a guitar. So give your hero +2 attack this turn is worth like 1 mana. Gain 2 armor is worth close to 0 mana. So this card's not very good, but the Finale play your last Rift could get interesting if you get enough Rifts. I think the other Rifts are higher rarity, though, which is the same problem with Relics. Chorus Riff. So here's another Riff. Draw a minion, give it +2/+2. Kind of expensive for 3 mana, but not completely insane. And again, it's got that Finale Player Rest Riff. So if you could draw a minion, give it +2/+2, and get +2 attack and gain 2 armor, that's pretty good. Or if you, played another one of these, you could draw 2 minions and give them +2/+2. That could be pretty good. But again, this is still very dependent on how many of these can you get. How many of these can you draft? This one's a rare. Still a kind of a void because it's not quite as much as you expect to have a card. The Power Slider, which I like the art a lot. I like the art on this one a lot. That one's cool. Rush, Battle Cry, gain +1/+1 for each minion type you've played this whole game. This will be meh. Need the other Riff. So yeah, what this is, how many of these do you, so you need to play 2 minion types for this to be good. You need to play 3 minion types for this to be really good. And again, that's not going to be too uncommon for you to play a beast and maybe a mech and maybe an undead. But it takes time to play those tribes typically. You're going to have trouble playing this on curve. I'm still going to call this decent, actually. I think it'll be relatively easy to play this as a 3 mana 3/4 rush, which is good. But maybe this card can whiff, which is a problem. The Kodo Hide Drum Kit, do some leather working. 4 mana 3/2. Death Rattle, deal 1 damage to all minions, including yours, which can have upside or downside as warrior. Gain armor, equipped or improved, although improving might be a bad thing if you need to deal less damage to your own minions. This feels kind of awkward. It's also understated weapon-wise. Sometimes it'll be really good. Sometimes it's pretty bad. I don't know. I'm still calling it an avoid. The Rock Master Voon. Battlecry copy, a minion of each type in your hand. It feels like lots of things these days have tribes. So you're spending 2 health versus a Chillwind Yeti to probably copy between 2 and 4 minion cards, which is some decent value. I'd still probably call it decent at best. Fixes could clear the board for a soloist, and they hop on the drums. Wait, but... Okay, there's a drum soloist. I'm like, wait. I haven't seen the soloist. I'm like, does Warrior have a soloist? Not every class has a soloist. Black Rock and Roll. Give all minions in your deck attack and health equal to their cost. So, we got like Lorthamars, a 7/7 that doubles the stats of stuff. This gives stuff attack and health equal to their cost, so... A 5-cost card gains +5/+5. A 3-cost card gets +3/+3. The trouble is you have to spend 5 mana doing nothing, and it doesn't also affect the cards in your hand. So, it's already a little tough to play the 7-mana 7/7 that does a similar effect. A 5-mana card doesn't even get a body is almost definitely pretty much a don't draft. Maybe you could say avoid. But yeah, at least it's so slow. It's really tough to play this. It's already kind of tough to play Lorthamar. So here's the drum soloist Fix was talking about. Combine them for ultra do-nothing stats. 5 mana 5/5 taunt. Battlecry, if you control the events, gain +2/+2 and rush. Right. So it's not that, like the Warlock one, it's not that understated. And it has taunt. And it has a dragon tag. And if you don't have any of the minions, it's really, really good. So this one I would call the best warrior card. And it's a common. So warrior might not be as in dire of a place in arena as people worry it's gonna be constructed. But this is really, really good. The Bridge Riff. So this is an epic. Summon a 3/4 rocker with taunt and a 4/3 with rush. Finale player last riff. So right, if you can play this, which this card is independently good, maybe even a little better than 4-star. This card's independently good, and then if you can play the common 2-mana riff and do this 6-mana effect for 2 mana, that's insane. But this is an epic. So those two, the rare and the common riff, become a lot better if you can do this first and double up on this card. And we're back to the start. So yeah, people are making fun of Warrior in Constructed, but because their strongest card is a common, it might actually be fine in Arena. Rogue. Rash says, what? It's nice, weapons. Wait, that's the 1/1 that give you things durability. Give it 2 stars based on weapons. I still think you shouldn't draft it. Because you have to draw the weapon, you have to get the weapon, you have to play the 1/1 after it. The 1/1's terrible on its own. I still think it's a don't draft more than avoid, but eh. Pixie, what did we rate Atish? Oh, the mage keyboard, you mean? I think I gave it a 4. So this might be a 5. This might in this meta it's a 5. In this meta it's a 5. We'll have to see how much discover there is in the next meta. We'll have to see how much how many spells you're getting offered next meta. In this meta it would be a 5, but I don't know how many spells we'll have next meta. Breakdance. Return a friendly minion to your hand. Summon a dancer with its stats and rush. This is 1 mana. Yeah, no, this is really good. So there's a couple of different ways you use this, right? It's an epic, so it won't show up very often. You either play a good card with a good battle cry and maybe a decent stat line, or even a good stat line, and you play this to be able to redo the battle cry, or just redo the minion later while you get the stat line anyway and rush somewhere with it. And that's pretty good. Or you attack with a minion you already got, like a 5/6. You do like a 5/6 into a 5/5, boom, and then you return that minion to your hand, and you attack something else for 5, and you take out like 2 enemy minions, which is often even better, but it takes 2 turns to set up typically. 1 minute, give you a minion rush, draw a card a minute. Well, draw the same card, copy the card, right? Yeah, no, this seems really good. This seems really good. Call it a 4. It's about aggressive combos. Yeah, sure. The mixtape. The mixtape. It's a cassette player in the Warcraft setting. All right, I'll buy it. Discover a copy of the card your opponent played this game. Most of your opponent's cards are probably going to be good, but if you play this relatively early in the game, you have a very high chance to just, get some 2/3s. You're allowed to play this late in the game. But it's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet. You copy the opponent's Deathborn or something. It's also pretty RNG based. You might still get their early cards even when you do it late game. It's still pretty cool though. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna call it a 4. The Disc Jockey, which is the frenzied octopus thing, right? Which got nerfed. 2 mana 4/1 Mech Beast combo. Add a random combo card to your hand. It's really easy to kill. A lot of combo cards are kind of not great, at least in previous metas. I don't know, I'm gonna call it a 3. That's just instinctual. We have to see exactly what combo cards are in the meta, but thank you, Blizzard, the Blizzard CFO with the 8 months of sub. We'll hop over here for 1 second to say,
excellent decision.
They're appreciated. We gotta get through this card review though, so I'm gonna head back. But all the best to you. Hope you're doing well at the start of April here. I hope we're all doing well with the new expansion stuff, especially Blizzard CFO. All right. Yeah, Glaive compares this to Duskboar. Yeah, it's better than Duskboar. And the art's cool. I like the art. The art has good lighting. It's very not flat. I feel like some of the card art we've been getting in the last couple expansions, mostly last expansion, has been a little flat. This card's got a lot of depth. Why do you do Warlock plus Warrior before Rogue again? I may have misarranged the cards here. I was trying to do the cards. Yeah, Warrior is listed last on the website. I don't know why things got arranged this way. I was trying to do it in the alphabetical order they had on the website, and somehow things got misarranged. I don't know what happened there, but this is where we're at. I tried to do it in alphabetical order. Didn't happen. Deal 1 damage, give your weapon +3 attack, swaps each turn. So you do 1 damage, and you get a +1 attack over a deadly poison. That's not bad. Not crazy, but it's not bad. And then the opposite, and we can look at the opposite art, I suppose. There it is. Deal 3 damage, give your weapon +1 attack, which I think I actually often like better. Get a 2/2 weapon instead of a 4/2 weapon. You deal 3 damage, some might have more health. I don't know, they are useful in different situations. This is pretty good. I've never a fan of these poison type effects, to be honest, but this one's pretty good. Yeah, maybe it's even very good. Maybe it's 4. Maybe I have prejudice against poisons. 3 to 4. 3 to 4. This can go face. That's true. That's true. Those don't say attack a minion. That is true. The Beatboxer, which is a very long returning card, right? This is the Shadow Boxer from Goblins vs. Gnomes. 3 mana 4/3, aggressive mech stat line. We saw one in Mage as well. This card, I like the art too. This one also has a lot of shading and depth. This one doesn't have as much shading and depth, I would say, but this one does. So I bet these are the same artist, right? This Disc Jockey and this Beatboxer. I like this art. Combo, deal 4 damage randomly split among all enemies. This is really, really, really good, right? It's a decent 3 on its own, and the combo is really nuts, which is a random combo you can get off the other card. Moss's card art's unusually good this expansion, in their opinion. There's still been a few I really didn't like, just like there were some I really didn't like in the last expansion, or maybe the last 2 expansions. But the theme of the expansion is just so fun. All the music stuff, the instrumental stuff, it's all really fun. It's all really, really fun. Of course, of course, this is the best one. But yeah, the theme is super fun. The theme is super fun. The theme's a real winner. Yeah, glad you like to go wild because of the theme, exactly. Anyway, this card seems really good. If you have to play it on 3, you have to play it on 3. If you can combo it, it's pretty nuts. At least 4, I would say. At least 4. Oh yeah, so Jaybird says they hate the theme of this expansion. Says they prefer the more serious stuff than the silly stuff. So. And that can be fair. That can be fair if you prefer the more serious stuff. This expansion is very silly. I mean, here's Garona as like a rapper. So, yeah, no, I can super understand not liking how silly it is here. I've always accepted Hearthstone as pretty silly, though. So, yeah, Bounce Around featuring Garona. Return all friendly minions to your hand. They cost 1 this turn. So we've had some of these legendary spells, quite a few of them. And it's like, oh, don't draft this. You can't do this in Arena. You're not gonna pull off this synergy. But this one, if you can get 1 or 2 good battle cries on board, and you can bring them back and do the battle cry again, this one could be pretty good. It's still kind of expensive at 2 mana, though, because this seems to really, most of the time, rely on you having a minion survive a turn. The 3 mana is a little pricey to set this up. But if you can do it, if you can pull back an 8-cost card and replay the battle cry like that, there was that 8/8 dragon with Finale destroy a minion. If you can play that 8/8, destroy a minion, it survives the turn. Next turn, you trade the 8/8 into the opponent's 5/6, and you play this, and then you can replay it with Finale again. You could do some pretty crazy stuff. But it is a little awkward to do at the 3 mana. I'm going to call it decent and think you do at least something decent with this. Yeah, fixes way with trouble. It could, I'm leaning between 2 and 3. I think you can do cool stuff with this, but I think it's kind of tough sometimes. This is, those 2 cards we're talking about were actually 2 different artists. Although I don't know, I'm wondering if Moon Colony is like a collective of artists, or if it's just one person. I actually don't know. All right, the mic drop, which again, is the same type of thing. The same type of thing Jaybird's talking about. If you accept that Hearthstone is silly, this is great art. It's a funny concept, but if you like serious Warcraft lore cards, this is about as far away from it as you can get. So, I can see both angles. Draw 2 cards, then I give you weapon +2 attack, so it's Arcane Intellect with the possibility of gaining 2 attack, which is decent. Because it's a company in the UK, right? So it's possible that Moon Colony is sometimes the whole company is created for the art, and sometimes an individual from the company is created. So it could be that artist works for Moon Colony, but I'm not sure. The Record Scratcher. 3 mana 2/2. Not great. Death Row, fresh 1 mana crystal, play combo cards or equip to improve. Definitely seems much more of a constructed combo setter-upper to set up a big mana turn. It's still relevant in Arena. It's still super relevant in Arena, but it seems built for constructed. This still lets you make a big turn. The trouble is you can run out of cards, but the ability to play a big turn and a sort of okay-ish, not really weapon. I'm gonna call it decent. Maybe it's actually good. Maybe it's not. Nah, I mean, it's hard to play a lot of combo cards. Yeah. This card lets you play something after Finale. Yeah, that's true. It could let you do 2 finales even in some cases if you've played enough combo cards. Yeah, that's interesting. The Rhyme Spinner. 3 mana, 1/3 rush. Combo game +1/+1 for each other combo card you play this game. Hard to determine. Obviously, this is very deck dependent. It's not as easy to do as that warrior card. That warrior card was just like this, but you needed to play minions of different tribes, which is really easy in Arena. Playing a lot of combo cards in Arena is traditionally very difficult, but there are a lot of combo cards in this set. You kind of have to see this in action, kind of have to look at your deck, but I don't imagine it will be very good. You need to play, again, 2 combo cards for this to be quite good. Which isn't a super high number, but it's honestly kind of difficult to Arena, I feel like. I'm going to put this on 2, but maybe there'll be a lot more combo cards in your deck than I think. MC Blingtron. Both player equip 1/2 microphones. Your opponent increases all damage they take by 1. So this is a very understated card, right? It's a 5 mana, 3/4, which is a bit worrying. If you have a wide board, this can cause your opponent to die very quickly. There's a 1 mana, 1/3 priest card that has the same effect. If your opponent has time to swing their microphone twice, the effect stops, but that takes 2 enemy turns. Doesn't say this turn only. Wouldn't that make it really good? Your opponents, so they get a broken microphone. They get a broken microphone that says all damage you take is increased by 1. And so if they can equip a weapon over that microphone, or if they can swing the microphone twice, they stop taking the extra 1 damage. Yeah, press increase all damage to win the rest of the game. No, it's on the broken microphone. It's on the broken microphone. But it's still 2 turns. 2 turns of this type thing. Actually, kind of 3 turns, right? Because it's the turn you play the Blingtron, then your opponent swings the weapon, then you get a... Oh, wait, no, it's 2. Wait, you attack, they swing, you attack, they swing, it's over. Okay, yeah, so 2 turns. By default. Fixes... Is that considered silly? Is that silly because we have a Dark Moon Fair event in World of Warcraft? Oh, has this compared to Dark Moon Fair, though? I mean, I think... the Dark Moon Fair, it's a carnival. It's a carnival with, but then they did throw in roller coasters and stuff. But it's a carnival with an old gods theme. I would call this one sillier than Dark Moon Fair, personally. At least 1 degree higher. They did do the carnival clown, though, in Dark Moon Fair. So, I think I would still call this 1 degree higher of silly. Yeah, Dark Moon Fair used to be creepy. Right. I guess I still have to rate this card. I still think it's an avoid. For this to be good, you have to be quite a bit wider than your opponent. And if you're already quite a bit wider than the opponent, you're kind of already winning. I certainly wouldn't call it terrible, but I'm hesitant to call it even a 3. Means that they have to swing into a minion. If they have to swing into a minion, you have to take extra damage. Yeah. But you've given the option, right? If they didn't have the weapon, they wouldn't have that option at all. All right, we only got... Oh, this is the last class, actually. This is the last class. Let's take a very short break before the last class. Let's just take a 2-minute break, not a 3-minute break. With the last class, and then we will actually play a few arena games. Maybe just 1 run, maybe 2 runs, we'll see. We've already been streaming for 4 hours. These card reviews tend to take a long time. Ours last, something got messed up with my alphabetical order. Something got messed up. All right, we're back in 2 minutes. back to it. And yeah, Jibbit says, what's the murderous song? We actually played that last night. Maybe I should take it off the schedule page because we finished it already. It's like 2 hours long if you're speeding through it. It took us 4 hours because I was reading every line out loud. But yes, give us a gag visual now that we stayed for Fool's Day. And there is sort of a gag to doing it at all. But actually, the game itself is played pretty straight. I expected it to be more meta, but it's actually... It's pretty straightforward. Overall. Alright, so a bunch of bananas. Give me +1/+1, 3 bananas left. So you get a diversified +3/+3 for 3 mana. Can trigger a bunch of spell burst. Who killed Sack PlayStation? That's pretty true. 299. 299. This was a good past up before you fished it up. I enjoyed it. You know, I would call it stellar for free for the low price of free. You know, if I had paid like, you know, $5 or $10 for it, I think it's okay. If I was more into Sonic, maybe I would have enjoyed it even more. But there were some funny gags. I thought it was worth my time. But let's see. So you expect +2/+2 for 2 mana, sort of. This does that, and you get a little more. You can throw it on a bunch of different minions. Feels just reasonable to me. Do we have other spell synergy coming up? Triple Legend Dragoon this week. That game is so slow. The random encounters take forever with all the animation. It stinks. Oh no. Thorn Mantle Musician. I like this art a lot too. Some of the art I'm not crazy about, but I like this one. It's kind of Disney-esque. 1 mana, 1/3. Finale. The next beast you summon gets +1/+1 to summon. So this works with like Animal Companion. Yeah, no, I mean this is one of those 1/3s, and the upside is very relevant. You're almost always gonna play more beasts as a hunter in Arena. So this I would call 4. Because it's a well-stad 1 with a good upside. Plus it's a Quillboard tag, and maybe that can help you. So this is good. Aerosmith! This reference I get. 2 mana, 2/3. After you cast a spell, deal 1 damage to the lowest health enemy. So we already had a legendary card that, you know, did this type of thing, but hit face. This is much better for Arena. This is actually a really strong effect in Arena if you have cheap spells. This starts as a decent card because it's just 2/3, and the more cheapy spells you have, the better and better it gets. This card can actually do some pretty crazy stuff. It was his name, an Aerosmith song. Hey, hey, we're the monkeys. Oh wait, no, it was the monkeys. 2. Here's Barrel Monkeys. Summon a 1/4 monkey with taunt. 3 monkeys left. So I'm just comparing this to Silverback Patriarch, of course. Silverback Patriarch. 3 mana, 1/4 taunt beast. 3 mana, 1/4 taunt beast. This is 2 mana. 1/4 taunt, and you get 2 more of them. It's like 700 times as strong as Silverback Patriarch. Does he actually summon Silverback? Do you really? And Jacob says the Silverback, which is not a monkey, right? I didn't think it would actually summon Silverback. I thought it would summon a different type of art. But yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious how many thousands of times stronger this is than the Silverback Patriarch itself. This is a lot of value. And they're annoying to kill. Yeah, I don't know. Is it 5? It's actually really nice. I'm gonna call at least a 4. This one's really strong, too. I saw this one because it was a blue furry. For sure. 3 mana, 4/2. Battlecraft you control, no other minions. Discover and cast a secret. So it costs 1 more mana than a secret, and you get a 4/2. And you get to discover the secret, so it's more versatile than drafting a secret in the first place. I don't like drafting secrets, but I like this a lot. I like this a lot. I think this is really, really, really good. And I think oftentimes you don't have a board as a hunter. So I think this is great. So I'm going to call this a 5. I think this is really, 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 really good. I'm glad it's an epic. This is also an epic. The Jungle Jammer. Summon a random 1-cost beast. Cast spells will equip to improve. It's a 4 mana 4/2 already, which is reasonable. And then the beast is a bonus. If you're going to cast spells and get a bigger beast, great. Again, 4 bordering on 5 if you have a bunch of cheap spells. I think a 4 mana 4/2 weapon is good to have as a hunter. And the upside starts off as okay, and it gets better and better. Use bananas with this. Use bananas with Jungle Jammer. Yeah, that's very true. The Big Dreams. Summon the highest cost beast from your hand, but it goes dormant for 2 turns. Yeah. I mean, if you've got the Mama Bear, and you can get the Mama Bear played for a lower mana cost, still on delay. Yeah, no. Mr. Mookla. So 6 mana, 10/10 rush, twice the cost of Mookla, twice the stats. Battlecry, fill your opponent's hand with bananas. You best hope they not have spell synergy. They burn 1 card, but that's not very relevant. Yeah, they said most of your opponent wants, but milling your opponent wants is worth basically 0 in Arena. Basically 0. They just draw their next card next turn. Unless you're going to fatigue, it doesn't really matter. Or if you get really lucky, burn. I mean, fine, but burning cards is not relevant in Arena 99% of the time. Give your opponent, I don't know, I'm guessing between 3 and 8 bananas to play a 6 mana 10/10 rush. Dragon, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We're about to wrap up the card review. How far are we? We're about done. We're about to start playing games. We have 1 card left. Oh no, 2 cards left. You get like +4, +3-ish to fill your opponent's hand with bananas. Can take out a taunt with it. I'm gonna call it a 3. Spaces, but mage hands are always full. I don't know, I'm gonna call it a 3. The Banjo Soldier. I says, oh, was that good or a bad O? Did you want to see the card review or do you want to see Arena gameplay? This card's really not great, right? So, yeah, Harry said, what if this was charge or this was charge? So 10 mana, rush. Whenever this attacks, draw a beast and gain its stats. So here's the big trouble with this. So a lot of times in Arena, you're going to have to draft small beasts. At which point, you draw like a 2/3, and you get a 7/8 rush, and draw a small beast for 10 mana. You gotta compare that to the 8/8 rush, Death Rattle, again, 8/8 rush. Even if on this, you draw, Mama Bear, the advantage is you drew Mama Bear, but then it's, a 10/12 rush, which or something along those lines, which still isn't as good as the 8/8 rush, Death Row 8/8 rush on its own, but you do draw the beast. Yeah, draw Mookla, sure, draw Mookla if you're really lucky, get 15, 16 or whatever. Most of the time, this is, not as good as the 8/8 rush from Nathria. I still would not necessarily call it terrible, but sometimes hunters don't even make it to turn 10. There's a lot of potential to make this pretty small when you draw a small beast. I think I'm going to call this an avoid. So you can draw another banjo. Fixes 10 mana, means you can't hero power either, but you don't hate this card. I don't necessarily hate this card, but I think it's a card to avoid most of the time. 10 mana is rough, I agree. I think there's too much potential. A whiff, I think it's too expensive. I don't think it's very good. David says, best art they've seen, though. So we can attack more than once if you have a Battle Master on board. If you have a Battle Master survive through a turn, you've probably already won the game, but not necessarily. Here's why not make this an 8-mana card? So here's a 10-mana spell. It's tradable. The Stranglethorn Heart. I like the art on this one, too, again. The shading. Shading's so important. Lighting. I don't like how the tradable cuts off a bit of the art of the animals enjoying the song. The croc and the raptor and the tiger. But yeah, resurrect all friendly beasts that cost 5 or more. So if you have the ability to do, a bunch of mama bears or high mains or something, this could be your finisher, but still seems kind of tough to pull off in arena. I bet you'll discover this sometimes. You're like, oh, I've already played 2 mama bears. I'm gonna bring those mama bears back. I've already had Rat King die 3 times. I'm going to resummon 3 Rat Kings. Yeah, but I'm not sure if you want to draft this. So, yeah. Deck ban, if you really like the payoff, yeah, I think this will be relevant on Discover, but I don't think it's super relevant on drafting. So now that I'm not memeing, this may be my favorite Hearthstone card art ever. The album cover. All the legendary spells are supposed to look like album covers. And so, there's Mookla's studio album cover with the logo. If I played 2 Mama Bears, you probably don't need this that often. Maybe not. All right. Good card. Bad card. And then bad card. I think bad. Iffy card. Very iffy card, but the higher rarity ones are the ones that are iffy. This one's okay, and you get good card, and those are the commons. Good card, this is a rare. Good card, but it's an epic. Good card, but it's an epic. Hunter looks like a pretty big winner too, in this set. Even so, yeah, for arena at least, with the big summary of the Festival Legends. I think that this set looks a lot weaker than pretty much any set in the last two years or more. 2 years or more, especially the neutrals. Some of the weakest neutrals we've seen in a very long time. Pix needs another rotation to have a better field. That's true. I mean, it's gonna be. Yeah, at least I like this. So I mean, this is something that happened one other time. Because I think the neutral's strong. I mean, when I was going through the neutrals, we were going like 3 stars, 3 stars, 3 stars, 3 stars, 3 stars. At least that's what I felt like. Because I agree, too many of them rely on synergies, can't rely before arena. Yeah, I think this feels like one of the weakest sets we've had in a long time. Where's the power creep we don't get, right? So this is the thing. Here's the thing. I'm wondering if history will repeat itself. Which is the idea that there was one other time I did this. Actually, let's bring up Hearthstone, because I can show it in the shop, I guess. So let's see. So we're back here at the start of Hearthstone. There's Goblins vs. Gnomes, Whispers of the Old Gods. So, Kobolds and Catacombs into Knights of the Frozen Throne and Journey to Goro. This was kind of the first time you seemed to get a power creep over the first 3 years of the game. And then, they tried to pull it back. And Rosticon's Rumble, Boomsday Project, and Witchwood were all a lot weaker than this year of cards. But supposedly, these sets, because they were weaker, didn't sell very well. Because a lot of constructed decks just kept using these cards. And so then we got this year with Rise of Shadows, Saviors of Doom, and Descent of Dragons, which was way stronger than like any of this, or quite a bit stronger. So they tried to pull it back, and it didn't sell well. And so then they went into what we've had for the last several years of Hearthstone, where Madness, Darkmoon, Shadow, Scarlet's Academy, Ashes Outland were all significantly stronger. And then we got Forge in the Bear and Stormwind, Fracture of Telvantage, all strong. Sunken City, Castle Nathria were strong, and March of the Lich King has been strong. This, to me, is feeling more, I mean, not it's higher level than that, but, you know, this is feeling more like Rostakon's Rumble. So I'm curious if the next two sets are also going to be pulling power creep back. And if they do pull power creep back, and the sets sell worse, is history going to repeat itself? Are we going to see a weaker set or two, and then next year they ramp the power creep back up because sales drop or something? Or will they commit? Because once we have Castle Nathria, Sunken City, March of the Lich King rotate, if they've lowered the power level, then they can keep the power level lower. But I don't know. There's again another golden wild bundle. I think I am still missing a few golden commons, but a few golden wild commons, but not many. I'm not sure. I could use a drop of the power level a bit. I'm just wondering, though. They tried it once, and they didn't commit. And I'm wondering what we're going to see happen this time. It's not Roskilde's a little bad, but it was Roskilde's. Right, but, we also had Witchwood be a bit weaker, and we had Boomsday be a bit weaker. So the whole year was a bit weaker. I'm wondering if we'll see this whole year be a bit weaker than the last, 3 years. He says, I think we might see a power loss this year. I think they can't keep ramping up at the pace they are. I'm really curious. Fixing the power level is consistent. I don't know. I'm feeling like this one's a bit weaker. A bit weaker, at least from an arena perspective. I'm not seeing exactly how power relevant the fatigue deck in Warlock is if you put all the fatigue cards in your deck. I'm not seeing, how good Rift Warrior is. A lot of people think that's a meme. Is if you put them all in. But from an arena perspective, I feel like this set's a lot weaker, quite a bit weaker at least.